have here is from a young runner who was right there in the thick of it yesterday.
Right, that's Hope Silverthorne. She's 12 years old.
12. And yesterday was her very first race.
Her first race ever. And she was out there in that weather, pushing through. The courage that takes, stepping up for the first time, especially when, Mother Nature isn't playing nice. It's huge.
It absolutely is. We'll definitely come back to Hope's story later on. It really captures that community feel of Survivorfest, how welcoming it is.
For sure. But we've got so many incredible journeys to talk about today. Athletes pushing unbelievable physical boundaries, of course,
Yeah, the endurance aspect is mind-blowing.
but also people navigating really profound life challenges, proving age is just a number, finding this passion kind of unexpectedly, or running for reasons
And that fire led him a long way, competing for Team Canada.
Yep. 2011 Commonwealth champs in Wales, led the team in mileage, then the 2012 Worlds in Poland. Since then, he's just been a constant presence, often on the podium or winning Masters divisions in huge Canadian races, Grizzly, Lost Soul, Death Race, Sinister Seven, even tackled Western states.
And his approach is known for being meticulous, humble, but the performances, especially lately, are off the charts.
Totally. Which brings us to Survivorfest last year, June 7th to 9th, 2024. That race was something else.
Legendary is the word. Not just for his run, but those
Oh,
conditions.
the conditions were brutal, just brutal. Heavy rain, strong winds, hail again.
And despite all that, Wayne put down an absolutely astonishing performance on this track.
He ran 507 laps. That's 202.892 kilometers in 24 hours.
And in doing that, he broke 5 Canadian M65 records, all ratified.
5. Let's list them because they're worth hearing. M65, male 65-69 category.
Okay. 50-mile record, 8 hours, 28 minutes, 23 seconds, broke a 2005 record.
100 kilometers, 10 hours, 35 minutes, 57 seconds, shattered the 2004 record.
5-hour distance, 111.458 kilometers, beat a 2005 record.
And the big one, 24-hour distance, 202.892 kilometers, taking down a record from 2008.
Just incredible. And it wasn't just age group dominance. That distance put him second overall in the whole 24-hour race, out of 27 competitors.
At age 65 plus. And again, we have to emphasize those conditions last year. 507 laps is a grind anyway, but through torrential rain, wind, hail.
Adds a whole other layer of misery and challenge. We heard reports he developed this pronounced lean towards the end, just from the constant turning.
Had to force himself to walk sections.
It just wouldn't quit. Refused to give in, and his wife, Trish, was crewing him.
Essential support in those conditions, managing everything.
Absolutely crucial, keeping him fueled, managing gear, avoiding those long breaks that could derail everything.
After that huge effort, he joked about needing to set some new goals, right? Wasn't sure if he'd be back.
Yeah, like, what do you do after that? But here he is. He decided to come back for more.
His legacy here, and in Canadian Masters running, is definitely cemented after 2024.
Adam French called him a prince of a man.
That sums it up perfectly, doesn't it? Humble, prepared, kind, but delivers these extraordinary performances, resilience and grace.
Okay, we've heard about physical resilience, comebacks. Let's maybe shift focus a bit now. Talk about mindset, goal setting, maybe some of the more unexpected path into this sport.
Good idea. Let's explore that psychological side. What drives these athletes mentally, the specific targets they set, and how some people, stumble into the ultra world almost by accident.
All right, first in this group, Advin Villa. He's a fourth-year psychology student running the 24-hour Loop B, and his running didn't start with a race goal, did it? It was more personal.
Much more personal. He started running to confront internal struggles, using cardio, as he put it, to fight off the demons.
Wow. Powerful reason to start.
Yeah. And he said it quickly became like therapy for him, a way to process negative emotions. And interestingly, it also ended up deepening his connections with family and friends.
So why Survivorfest specifically?
That came from a friend, Jaden Bisonette Demers. They met at the River Edge Ultra 100-miler. Jaden encouraged him to try this 24-hour format.
Another example of that community connection sparking new goals.
Exactly. And Jaden's actually racing alongside him again this year.
Training wasn't totally smooth sailing for Edvin, though.
No, he faced challenges. Physically, some knee pain. Mentally, those motivational dips we all get. He managed it with recovery tools, sauna, stretching, sleep, but also mentioned drawing strength from his spirituality, love from God.
And his mental strategy during the race itself sounds intensely personal.
Very. When it gets tough, he thinks about his family and friends, draws strength from wanting to be someone they can rely on. He said something really powerful.
I'm willing to die for any of them.
Yeah, that level of commitment, that connection, you can see how that would fuel you through almost anything.
And his goal here is specific, 100 miles.
Yep, aiming for that 100-mile mark within the 24 hours.
He also mentioned a proud moment that combined running with purpose.
Right, the solo charity run he organized around Sherwood Park. Ran 124.83 kilometers completely alone.
Incredible distance solo.
And raised $1,200 for the Canadian Mental Health Association, turning his own journey into support for others.
Fitting music choice, too. Go hard or go home.
Yeah. Seems appropriate for a 24-hour effort. He also draws a lot of inspiration from David Goggins.
Ah, the stay hard philosophy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sees Goggins as this living example of resilience, accountability, read his books, listens to his podcasts.
Adden also mentioned a significant family setback that shaped him.
Yeah, sounds like a really tough time for his family, financially, emotionally, spiritually, physically. Running became his mental armor during that period, a tool for rebuilding. Seeing his family thriving now is a constant reminder that recovery is possible.
And he pays that forward with his podcast, doesn't he?
He does. The long-term podcast, sharing stories of overcoming adversity. He said he runs partly for those people, carrying their stories with him.
His final message was really empowering, too.
Really was. Thanking people for watching, but then saying, you can do anything, never lose hope, strengthen your faith, and keep it long-term. Connecting his personal journey to this universal call for perseverance. Really strong stuff.
Absolutely. Okay, next up, Kaylin Nelson, also in the 24-hour Loop B. Kaylin's entry into ultras sounds like it came from, well, boredom.
Partly, yeah. Combined with moving to Grande Cache about 11 years ago. She had a track cross-country background from middle school, but it faded.
But moving to a mountain town sparked something.
Seems like it. Surrounded by trails. Her first thought was apparently a very casual, why not train for the Canadian death race?
As you do in Grande Cache.
That's right. And from running 5Ks, she escalated incredibly quickly. Soon she was signing up for and finishing 125 kilometers.
Love it. So Survivorfest is a totally different beast for her.
Completely. She's used to set distances, often with tons of vert in the mountains. This 24-hour flat loop format, entirely new, different mental game, different physical demands.
She was curious how far she could go, and the flat course appealed.
Definitely. A break from the climbs, maybe. See what kind of distance she could cover in this environment.
Her main training challenge sounds pretty relatable.
Oh, yeah. Juggling long runs around kids, work, life, the usual chaos.
Her solutions.
Practical ones. Early alarms, and humorously, a very understanding pile of laundry. Reality check for even dedicated athletes.
She has some clear goals for this race, though.
Layered goals, yeah. Main aim, go farther than her 125-kilometer PB. She specifically said if she hits 100 miles for the first time, she'd be over the moon.
But just finishing the full 24 hours is a big win, too.
Exactly. Recognizes the challenge of just staying out there for that long.
And she's tested herself on roads recently, too, hasn't she? Marathons?
Yep, done 2 road marathons, and qualified for Boston both times in her age group. Pretty impressive.
But she mentioned missing the final cut for Boston by just seconds.
Yeah, 35 seconds short due to the field limits. Tough break. But she's not discouraged, says she's determined to try again for 2026. That's the spirit.
Her gratitude message was really sweet, focused on family.
Very much so. Huge love to her son, 7, and daughter, 5, who apparently think she's pretty cool for being a runner. High praise.
The best kind. And thanks to her husband crewing and family who pretend to understand why she does this.
Relatable for many ultra families, I suspect. She also gave a shout out to her social media supporters. The hype, the memes.
Even those who don't mute her running posts.
Right, and her quote here was great. Your support means the world, even if you're watching in pajamas while I run in circles. Perfectly captures the slightly absurd dedication of a track ultra.
That's brilliant. Okay, next, Raj Kumar Dharmalingam goes by Raj. Also, 24-hour Loop B. His running start was quite recent, spontaneous.
Yeah, just 3 years ago. Started for some reason, as he put it.
Began with a 5K goal, could barely run at first.
Right. But working in healthcare, he felt this drive to lead by example, live healthier. So he committed to running regularly, showed himself it's never too late to start, did his first half marathon in his early 40s, and it just grew into this deep passion.
And he's progressed steadily since then. Halves, full marathons.
Numerous halves, 6 full marathons now, including Athens, which was a big highlight for him. Done a 50K road race. Dipped his toes into trails with the Grizzly 50K, just keeps building.
So why Survivorfest for him?
A couple of key reasons. One, the charitable cause supporting the Saffron Centre. That purpose really resonates with him.
And the other, the challenge itself.
Exactly. The sheer challenge of 24 hours. Plus, friends who did it last year told him, basically, you have to do it to understand it. That peer encouragement being part of that unique shared experience.
His mental strategy for getting through tough spots sounds interesting. He actively changes things up.
Yeah, he doesn't just grind passively. He'll throw in some strides, maybe sing a song, tweak his pace slightly. Just ways to break the monotony, stay engaged, keep moving forward. Smart on a loop course.
And his goals are layered too. ABC goals.
Right, O goal. 100 kilometers, B goal. 50 miles. C goal. Undetermined. Leaves room for how the day unfolds. But beyond distance, he wants to learn more about himself, his resilience, just how to just keep going.
Proudest moments. Athens Marathon stood out.
Definitely. Finishing that historic race, despite jet lag, lack of sleep, powered by his running buddies Oscar and Francois, also qualifying for Boston 2024 at Calgary, and then running Boston this past April. Big milestones.
Who inspires him?
People in his running community. Mentioned his friend Mark, who did Survivorfest last year, inspired by his achievements and humility, and his running buddy Dave, quoting him, "Only way to be better is to run with people better than you." Good advice.
Music. High energy stuff.
Yeah, Metallica, Eye of the Tiger, Thunderstruck. Needs that driving beat.
He finished with gratitude too, right? Family, friends, volunteers.
Absolutely. And he mentioned his daughter running and volunteering with him sometimes, calling those moments magic. Clearly fueled by purpose, gratitude, and connection.
Fantastic examples of different mindsets and motivations. Okay, let's move on. Talk about some veterans, people with deep community ties, maybe unique approaches or big personal milestones.
Sounds good. Athletes who've been part of the scene for a while maybe have interesting ways of staying motivated and some really defining long-term achievements.
Corey Vischer fits that description. He's in the 24-hour event, running since childhood, but rediscovered it more seriously in 2012.
Yeah, started with fitness, chasing marathon PBs, then life took over for a bit. Career, family, common story.
But he found his way back specifically to trail and ultra running.
He did, and he has a real history with Survivorfest itself. This is his fourth time registering, third time actually running it, so he knows this event well.
His first time here, he hit his 100-kilometer goal, right? But stopped just before the end.
Yeah, achieved the distance goal, but didn't quite finish the full 24 hours on the clock. Then the second time he registered, he couldn't make it.
But his wife, Julie, ran instead.
Right. She stepped in and ran her first ever marathon right here on the Survivorfest track. Corey said watching her do that is still one of his proudest running moments. Really cool.
Last year was tough for him, the year of the rain.
Yeah, conditions were brutal, didn't go as planned, but this year, he feels prepared, has sponsor support, seems really determined.
Goals this year. Break that 100-kilometer PB, finish the full 24, and raise funds for Saffron Centre.
Exactly. And he emphasized he's ready for whatever weather comes. Yeah. Mentally prepared this time.
Training must be tricky with his work travel, 50% on the road.
It's a constant challenge. But he reframes it as an opportunity gets to run in different places across Canada. And then there's Alberta winter training.
The treadmill and indoor track grind.
Yep. Requires real discipline from November to April when the trails aren't runnable.
How does he push through the tough spots in a race? Experience and mental strategy.
Definitely leans on that. He pointed to the sinister 7 and 50 miler in 2022 as a real breakthrough. Battled heat, cold, lightning, but committed to finishing, relied heavily on his crew. That cemented his resilience.
Now he tries to keep his ego in check. Focus on small goals.
Yeah, avoids comparisons, embraces where he is in the moment, breaks it down. His mantras are simple, just keep moving forward, and practical stuff like keep the calories coming in, break it down piece by piece.
So top goals, full 24 hours, beat a 100-kilometer PB, raise funds, clear focus.
Very clear. And his proudest moments reflect overcoming adversity. Finishing the sinister 7 mini triple while juggling job loss and wedding prep.
Wow, that's a lot at once.
And finally, breaking that 4-hour marathon barrier after multiple tries. Said it meant everything.
Music. Anything specific.
Likes everything, but mentioned from yesterday by 30 Seconds to Mars. Reminds him of overcoming challenges, the journey.
It draws inspiration from the community, too.
Very much so. Inspired by the legends, but also just grateful for the support from fellow athletes around him. Values that connection.
Okay, next veteran. Adam French. Also 24-hour Loop B. Adam came to Canada 20 years ago, started running soon after.
Yeah, got into ultras around 2007 via a Lethbridge running club. Started for fitness, but it grew into a real passion.
And Survivorfest appealed because it's different. Timed format, track loop.
Exactly. Different from his usual trail races.
Yep.
Intrigued by the specific mental and physical challenge of the 400-meter loop, wanted to see what he could do here.
He keeps his training simple. Consistency is key.
Seems to be his philosophy. No major challenges this prep, just discipline. If it's a run day, he runs no matter the weather. That's commitment.
Mental strategy sounds practical too. Keep moving, micro goals.
Yeah, walking is progress. Focus on the next corner. Positive self-talk. Looking good. Feeling good. Running smart.
And he had that great advice for when self-belief wavers.
Oh yeah, that was powerful. Believing yourself until you don't, then find someone who believes in you and believe them until you believe in yourself again. Really highlights the power of external support, community.
His goals here: another buckle, go further than before, and have fun.
Gotta have fun. And he definitely knows about going the distance. That Iron Horse 100-miler streak.
16 years in a row finishing it. Incredible consistency.
And earning the Big Rock at Lost Soul for finishing the 100-miler 10 times just demonstrates amazing tenacity over years.
Music choice: a nod to his roots.
Down Under by Men at Work. Gotta love it.
Who inspires him? Pretty much everyone involved.
Yeah, anyone with the courage to show up. Fastest runners, those chasing cutoffs, volunteers, supporters. But he did give a specific shout-out to Wayne Godet.
Call him a prince of a man. High praise again.
It is, recognizing that blend of humility, kindness, and amazing performance.
And his gratitude message was all about family.
Deeply heartfelt thanks to his beautiful family for their unwavering support.
He also credits the whole ultra community for shaping him.
He does. Every runner, volunteer, supporter, the camaraderie, advice, encouragement, says it helped him grow as an athlete and a person. Really values that collective experience.
Okay, rounding out this section, Johnny Wolf, 24-hour Lupe. Johnny's from Scotland originally. Competitive running background.
That's right. Started young, age 11, track 800 meters, 1,500 meters in cross country. Represented Scotland on the track, east of Scotland in cross country up to age 17.
Then took a long break, nearly a decade.
Yeah, stepped away, returned to running about 3 years ago back in Scotland.
Yep.
And quickly fell in love with ultras.
Drawn to the distance, the time on trails, the community.
All of it. The whole package appealed.
So Survivorfest is a bit different for him too. First time racing on a track in over 11 years.
Big change from his usual trails and mountains. Curious to see how he handles the loop format over 24 hours.
And he has an ambitious goal: 200 kilometers.
Aiming high. 200K or more. Admits his training wasn't perfectly track-specific, more bike and pool time, but ready to give it a shot.
Mental strategy. Sounds delightfully simple.
Yeah. The thought of pizza and beer at the finish line. Sometimes that's all you need.
It never works. Music, eclectic mix.
Seems like it. Pump up stuff like Rasputin, Cruise, but also Scottish tunes like The Glen, Walking on the Waves. Connects him to home, probably.
Gratitude. Partner Tess crewing him.
Yep. Big thanks to Tess, his crew chief. And family back in Scotland sending good vibes and getting dizzy watching the tracker.
Thanks to his parents, too, for encouraging his running and adventures. Looks forward to seeing them.
Nice touch. A well-rounded perspective from Johnny.
Okay, fantastic group of veterans and unique approaches. Let's switch gears again. Talk about some first-timers at Survivorfest, maybe highlight different event distances too, like the 6-hour.
Good plan. Showcases the range of challenges here, welcomes new faces to this specific event, whether they're tackling 6 hours or the full 24 for the first time on this course.
First up, Megan Cieselski. She's running the 24-hour, and it's her first Survivorfest. But she's not new to running, right? Varsity track background.
Not at all. Strong background. Ran varsity track 600 meters at U of A for 5 years until 2016.
Took a break after that. ACL injury, playing soccer.
Yeah, combination of factors. But got drawn back in around 2022. Started casually joining a friend, training for the Lost Soul 50K.
The gateway drug.
Pretty much. She put it naturally. Ended up signing up too.
Yeah.
That first 50K opened the door, and she's been pushing her endurance limits since.
So why Survivorfest for her first 24-hour attempt? The looped format.
That was a big part of it. Totally new to her. She felt it was low pressure compared to navigating remote trails. Aid station, always right there.
Makes sense for testing a new distance.
Exactly. The atmosphere, the setup, the community vibe. It just felt like the right place to try something this big for the first time.
Mental strategy, runner's math, and a mantra.
Yep. Breaking it down somehow. And that mantra, you can always run 3 more kilometers. Just focusing on that next small step.
Leans on her husband Ronek, too, her #1 crew boss.
And jokes that guilt keeps her moving. Gotta love the honesty.
Goals. Aiming for uncharted territory.
Yeah. Knows anything over 110 kilometers is new ground for her. That's the main target push past her previous longest run.
Inspirations, global and local.
Right. Jasmine Paris, finishing Barkley. That true grit inspires her. And closer to home, her sister Jasmine, who got her into Trek originally and is still a running buddy and motivator.
She shared that near-death marathon story, too, running really sick.
Yeah, sounds rough. Threw up right before the start, felt awful, but decided to try anyway. Her sister paced her, husband supported her. She finished within the cutoff.
Incredible toughness, but she wouldn't recommend it.
Definitely not. But proud she pushed through. Shows that deep determination.
Her gratitude message was fun, too, appreciating all support, even the sarcastic kind.
Yeah, better you than me. You really like torturing yourself. She says it all counts, appreciates it all. Good sense of humor.
Okay, shifting to the 6-hour event. Jerome Cayuet. His running start is really inspiring, age 52. Motivated by his granddaughter's birth.
Amazing story. Wanted to improve his health, quit smoking, tried other things, biking, rollerblading.
Broken arm from rollerblading, disliked bike seats.
Yep, but running just clicked. Started every other day, built up, got hooked. Marathons led to ultras. Starting with a 6-hour felt like the next step.
And Survivorfest was convenient, practically in his backyard.
Runs these trails all the time. So it was the perfect chance to test himself over 6 hours in familiar setting.
Mental strategy, positive attitude, trust the training, visions of food.
The classic motivators. Keep it positive, believe in the work you've done, and look forward to that post-run reward.
His goal is beautifully simple.
Isn't it? Simply still be standing after 6 hours. Humble, honest, just wants to show up and give it everything for the full time. Respect.
Proud moments involved open-coming challenges, too. Edmonton Marathon while sick.
Yeah, finished despite being ill. Then Quebec City Marathon just 6 weeks later, shaved 30 minutes off his Edmonton time. Shows resilience and improvement.
Inspirations, parents and grandparents, work ethic.
Foundational values. Nothing is given. Hard work is key. You can see that in his dedication to running later in life.
Music, some heavy stuff.
August Burns Red, Hatebreed, high energy, though he often runs without music due to past earbud failures. Practical adaptation.
And his final thanks were deeply personal, too.
Very much so. To his wife Roxane, son Brandon, granddaughter Hope, a huge thank you for your support. I'd be lost without you. Powerful reminder of that family foundation.
Okay, let's circle back now to the story we mentioned at the very beginning, the kids' race, and specifically Hope Silverthorne, 12 years old, grade 6.
Right. Her journey started very recently. Mom saw a Facebook post about the Survivorfest kids training group. Hope signed up with a friend, just wanting to get better at running.
And found she actually enjoyed it.
Discovered a real joy in jogging through the training. Build confidence, too, not just from the running, but from the supportive coaches, volunteers, having her friend alongside her.
And the race yesterday was a huge deal for her first ever.
First race, after training with the group. And she showed this amazing mindset, didn't she?
Yeah, that core endurance mentality. Admitting she's not the fastest, but proud to run her own pace. Focus on effort, not speed.
Exactly. So mature for 12. Her goal for yesterday was just perfect. Tonight is my first race. I will finish it.
And she did. Despite the rain, lightning, hail, she crossed that finish line.
Fantastic. Both Hope and her mom expressed so much gratitude for the program, the volunteers, the coaches.
Her mom highlighted how it met Hope where she was at. Built skills, confidence, community.
Yeah, her mom's quote was really insightful. It's been amazing to see a program that brings our community together. You can feel the encouragement, kindness, and pride from people of all ages, skills, and abilities cheering each other on.
That really captures the spirit, doesn't it?
Perfectly. Hope's courage, her focus on effort, her participation in those conditions, it just embodies what Survivorfest is about. The future of the sport, the power of community. Seeing her finish yesterday was genuinely thrilling.
Absolutely. Okay, for our final segment, let's focus on athletes running with a specific purpose, maybe giving back, supporting others, celebrating that community spirit we keep talking about.
Right. Athletes whose miles mean more than just distance. They represent impact, advocacy, support for causes, or strengthening the running community itself.
Tav Proctor is a huge example of this. 24 hours Lupe registered massage therapist, elite ultra runner.
One of Canada's best.
Yeah.
And his inspiration, deeply Canadian, Terry Fox.
He started his Trans-Canada run at the Terry Fox Monument, didn't he?
He did. St. John's, Newfoundland. A really powerful symbolic start, honoring Terry's legacy of hope and perseverance.
Dave's mental game is legendary, too. That ability to just mentally lock in.
Exceptional. He talks about reframing pain, finding gratitude and joy, even in the struggle, staying focused on his purpose, tapping into something deeper when things get really tough.
And his proudest moment, breaking the Trans-Canada speed record in 2022.
Just mind-boggling, 7,159 kilometers, St. John's to Victoria, in 67 days, 10 hours, 27 minutes.
Averaging 105 kilometers per day.
It's almost impossible to comprehend the physical and mental toll of that. Truly historic for Canadian running.
Plus, he holds the Canadian 24, 48, and 72-hour records, too. Elite doesn't even cover it.
But what makes his journey so impactful is the why behind it. Outrun rare.
Founded in 2016, raising awareness and support for Canadians with rare diseases.
Exactly. And it's deeply personal for him. His son, Sam, lives with a rare genetic condition.
So his running has this profound purpose.
Completely transforms it. Those thousands of miles, the grueling races, they become advocacy. They become support for that community. He uses his incredible ability to make a real difference, running for something much bigger than himself.
Okay, next, Patrick Finley. He's in the 6-hour event. His running has deep family roots, too. Started with his dad.
Yeah, late 80s, early 90s, his dad, Jack, got him into 10K road racing. Then years later, 2009, Jack tackled the Canadian death race.
And Patrick followed, maybe reluctantly at first.
That's the story. But once he did that first ultra, he was hooked. Now completed 54 ultras, very few DNFs, consistent passion. And he helped establish a memorial award for his dad at Lost Soul Ultra, keeping that connection alive.
His motivation for Survivorfest is about giving back, supporting Laura and the cause.
Directly tied to that, proud to support the event organizer and this year's charity, the Saffron Centre. Using running to contribute is clearly core to who he is.
Training went smoothly, consistent prep, gratitude.
Seems so. And his motto for tough times is beautifully simple. Just got to keep on trucking.
Love it. Goal for the 6-hour.
Straightforward. To finish. Respects the challenge, focuses on completion.
And his proudest running moments aren't even his own.
All about family. His wife Tara finishing her first 10K, his son Jack running his first race, 400 meters. And he's already looking forward to his young daughter Maddie's future finish line. That's lovely.
Really puts things in perspective. Music.
Learning to Fly by Tom Petty. Fitting.
And his gratitude message was all family, too.
Incredibly heartfelt. Could not do any of this without the support, love, and patience of my incredible and amazing family. Wife Tara, son Jack, daughter Maddie. Said that was the most important message.
Wonderful. Lastly, Michelle Anderson. She's in the 24-hour relay, movement teacher, yoga, and this is her hometown race.
Right here in Sherwood Park.
Yeah.
And she has a deep connection to Survivorfest, been involved since the very first year.
Wow, so she's seen it grow from the beginning, knows the community inside out.
Definitely. Mental strategy, classic and lighthearted.
99 bottles of beer on the wall.
Hey, whatever gets you through. Keeps the mind busy.
She's doing the relay, but has a personal goal within it, aiming for 50K.
Yeah, challenging herself during her leg. Overall goal is to run strong for the team, contribute, and just enjoy being part of the event again.
And she's got her own impressive running history, proudest moments.
Completing the Boston Marathon, and, relevant here, running Survivorfest previously as a 24-hour solo competitor. She knows what that full distance feels like.
Music, feel-good stuff.
Plenty of 70s and 80s hits, high energy, keep you moving.
Michelle really seems to embody that spirit of movement, community, perseverance that's so central to this event. Longtime participant, movement expert, impressive runner.
A valued part of the Survivorfest fabric, for sure, both participating and inspiring others.
Wow. What an incredible cross-section of stories we've gotten to explore today. Just amazing.
Truly. From Mo Bealey's 154 ultras and surviving cancer twice to Dave Walter's second chance. Wayne Godet's incredible records.
Advin Villa running to fight demons. Kaylin Nelson's boredom sparking huge goals. Raj finding passion later in life.
Corey's perseverance. Adam French's streaks. Johnny Wolf back on the track. Megan's first 24-hour, Jerome's late start.
Young Hope's courage. Dave Proctor running across Canada for a cause. Patrick Finley running for family and charity. Michelle's deep community roots.
It's just this extraordinary mix, isn't it? Resilience, determination, humility, and this deep appreciation for the community around them.
They push limits, yeah, but often for reasons far beyond just personal achievement. Health, mental well-being, legacy, family, supporting others.
So we took that collection of athlete profiles, the information they shared, and hopefully we've helped distill some of the most impactful stories and insights for you listening.
These are really the threads, you know, the grit, the grace, the gratitude that make up the heart of Survivorfest.
We're going to take a quick break now.
But we will be back later with more stories, more updates live from Survivorfest 2025. So please, stay with us.
You know, what's fascinating when you hear all these stories is how that looped format, the track,
Yeah.
it seems like it would be monotonous, right?
You'd think so, but maybe it actually strips away distractions. No varied scenery, no complex navigation. It just forces athletes inward, makes them confront their core reasons, their why. For all these runners, 6 hours or 24, loop A or B, that circle becomes a kind of mirror. It reflects not just how far their legs can go, but how strong their reason for being out there truly is. Makes you think, doesn't it? What would your why be on that track?
Going on. Okay, welcome back. So we're joined today, or now, with one of our original sponsors from Simpson Associates LLP. So welcome.
Welcome, Michael. Welcome.
So before we get into introductions, Randy, who usually attends these interviews, he starts off with a joke. So I'm hoping that you guys came with a really good lawyer joke today to tell everybody.
Yeah, well, I've got a zinger to start with. So we have a man who's being interrogated by the police, and so the man says, I want my lawyer present. The police officer turns to him and says, well, you actually are a lawyer, and you're your own lawyer. And he says, yeah, where's my present? That was, so
good one.
Remember that when you or I when we go to jail,
right,
we need to ask for our present. And then there's another one that I heard where it's one of those more corny ones, but there's sort of like the old, how many people do you need to do this? Well, how many lawyers do you need to screw in a light bulb? Don't know?
Many.
Well, apparently the answer is 3, because you need 1 lawyer to go up on the ladder and screw in the light bulb. You need 1 to shake the ladder, and then you need another to sue the ladder company. So at least 3.
Right on. That's good. Good one. I haven't heard either of those, so that's good. All right, so I guess let's start with introductions. So why don't you introduce us?
Sure. My name is Jason. I'm a partner at Simpson and Associates LLP. I practice corporate commercial, real estate, wills and estates.
My name is Paul McWilliams. I'm also a partner. I practice civil litigation, and our other partner, Andy Simpson, isn't here today, but we enjoy practicing law together with Simpson Associates.
Right on. And so Simpson and Associates, they've been with Survivorfest now for 6 years, and they help us a ton. Even just like 3 days ago, helping review some of the documentation, the information we have to make sure that we're putting on a great event. Everybody is safe, and we're doing the right things to make sure we're keeping everybody, so they have a good, enjoyable time. So let's start off with the first tough question. So, Simpson Associates, you've been a trusted community legal firm here in Sherwood Park for many years. And so how long have you been in Sherwood Park, and what kind of legal help do you guys specialize in?
Ooh, the history. So our firm is an iteration of a firm that's been around a long time. There was a lawyer named John Ashton that started up in, I believe it was about 1965. And he practiced for a number of years. We actually practiced in the building that he owned, and he eventually, I believe, sold his practice to a lawyer named Patrick Reed, and I believe that was about 2007. Patrick Reed ended up sharing space with Randy Simpson, who's a partner with our firm. Patrick reached a stage where he wanted to retire. He sold his practice to Randy, and at that time a new law firm was created. There was a firm named Simpson Archibald, and that name was there for a few years, and in recent years we became Simpson and Associates LLP. So our history goes back many decades in Sherwood Park, and we still actually have clients and people in the community that come looking for John Ashton, who's long since retired. Yeah. So we've been around for a long time in the community. And I think you had sort of a follow-up question with that.
So it's really what kind of legal help do you guys specialize in?
Well, we offer a lot.
Lots of areas, many. So myself is primarily real estate, corporate commercial, wills and estates. Paul here also practices in civil litigation. We also do commissioner and notary services as well, swearing of affidavits, independent legal advice, things like that.
Right on. So pretty much anything. I know when I first interviewed Randy, I talked a lot about my mom, and my mom and I had this big debate about wills, and she's probably watching right now. She was volunteering at the aid station earlier on, so she was going to come say hi to Randy, but she did an online CD thing, and we had a big discussion about is that safe to do, or should we really go talk to a lawyer about wills? And I know my wife and I did. We went to a lawyer and we got a will. So anyways, we don't have to get into that because my mom now knows that she needs to go talk to Randy. So that's the way it is. And so what, in your experience, what are some of the most common legal concerns or questions that are people coming to you guys with?
Actually, building on top of that, I have a lot of clients who are middle-aged and 60 years old.
Yep.
They don't have any estate planning completed.
Right.
And it's a big question, what happens to my estate when I pass away, or when that time comes? And my question is simple: we can help you.
Yeah.
We have the resources and knowledge to be able to help you assist with making those types of decisions, helping you draft the appropriate documents, making sure that your entire estate is taken care of eventually when that time comes. So you know exactly who's going to be handling your estate, where it's going to.
Yeah. Things that you don't really want to think about, but you really do need to think about and plan for, right? That's really important. Okay, now tell us a little bit about the team at Simpson and Associates and what kind of expertise and personalities make up your office.
Yeah, so our team, it fluctuates. We have, at this point in time, we have Randy, myself, and Jason as the partners. We have another fellow that's just about to be called to the bar. So he's just finished his articling period, about to become a lawyer. We have a range of legal assistants. We have what we call conveyancers, so they help with our real estate transactions. I have a legal assistant that helps myself and another in civil litigation. I have what's called we call them a student at law, or it's a trainee lawyer who's learning civil litigation with me. We have 2 office managers. They have a dual role with mainly finance and HR, but they also work with operations and just any number of other issues, including IT. We have a receptionist. So we also have, I believe, 2 sort of more temporary staff. One is actually about to go to law school. In September, he's going to the University of Saskatchewan Law School. And then one of our conveyancing team members, she's currently training to become a legal assistant. So we have people going in school, starting school, but on the more experienced end, I think Randy's probably approaching 40 years for his practice experience. I'm around 11.
Okay.
And Jason, what do you
And I'm
have?
about 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah. So we've got a range.
Good range. So having people even just start off and go get their education is great. And maybe they get a full-time job there, and you know who they are, right? Like, it's always good.
Yeah.
Okay, now, some people out there, like we kind of chatted about that with the wills, is they might feel a little bit overwhelmed or nervous to contact a lawyer. So what kind of advice would you give to someone who might need legal support but doesn't know where to start?
So we're here to help you. We are just everyday, normal people. Our jobs are to make your lives simpler so you don't run into issues like estate planning. You're more than welcome to contact our office at any time. We do offer free 30-minute consultations with a lawyer to discuss your issues. If you decide at that point that you want to proceed any further, we're here to help you. Again, we also offer notary services, commissioner for oaths, if you need any documents witnessed and signed.
Yeah, another comment I'd make there is often with legal issues, it's sort of like going to the dentist. You don't really want to put it off or ignore it. You're aware that there's a problem, but you might be putting it off. Don't put it off, because a lot of these things that if we put them off or ignore them, they can get bigger and bigger. And so don't hesitate to come have a chat with us. We'll see if we can help you. Usually we can, but if we can't, we'll try and point you in the right direction to another lawyer that can help you if we can't.
Okay, perfect. And so what is that one myth, that legal myth that you wish people would just stop believing, whether it's about lawyers or whether it's about the legal system, or what is that?
There's many.
That's enough.
One of them is, particularly for me, that I come across quite often in practice, is that I hear the comment all the time, I don't need a lawyer. I'd rather just do the work myself. And what I can say to that is, you're more than able to represent yourself. However, that can eventually lead to legal problems later on if you don't fully understand the ramifications of the types of decisions that you're making. A lot of people don't tend to have the same legal knowledge as a lawyer. And it can become difficult later on. You may run into issues with negligence or breaches of contract if you decide to do things yourself. That's where the lawyer comes in. It's always best to contact a lawyer if you do have any concerns.
So just because I've watched Law and Order for around 10 years doesn't qualify me to be a lawyer.
Not at all.
Okay, I got a question about that a little bit later on that I'm actually looking forward to getting to.
Well, I'll step in with another
sure.
comment there. I think sometimes people think that they should just sign things. But you actually do need to read what you're signing, because if you're signing it, you're binding yourself to it.
Yes.
So you need to take the time to read it, and if you don't understand it, you usually need to get some advice on what it means. I meet with people all the time that sometimes they'll just pop in and they'll say, I'm not quite sure what this means. I'll have a look at it, we'll talk about it. They may not even end up hiring me, but at least they've had a chance to get some assistance.
Yeah. Right. No, that's some really good advice. I'm not a professional live broadcaster, as we've discussed before we came online, but so I work in IT and I read through countless of those license agreements and end user license agreements, and you need to, because they've slipped some things in there that just are not in the best interest of you personally, or for the organization, or whoever that you work for. So that's some really great advice. And so that kind of leads to the next question. This is a running event here, and one thing that we do, and something that you guys have helped us with, is the waiver. And every runner will sign a waiver when they go into a race. And I bet you, like you say, not many people actually read that fine print. And so from a legal perspective, is there anything that runners should know or watch out for when it comes to liability of a race?
Oh, I'd like to defer to Jason on this one.
So legal liability waivers, they are meant to, you're essentially, by signing it, giving up your right in the event that there's some type of injury with any physical activity that you're doing, right? You're not going to sue the person that's hosting the activity. There's a few things that I want to point out here. One, the legal liability waiver is a legal binding document. It must be taken very seriously. You must always read the fine print. Number two, you can't sign a legal liability waiver without being over the age of 18. If you are under the age of 18, then you must receive parental consent in order to participate in that physical activity. And number three, the legal liability waiver does not have to be signed. You're not being forced to sign it. However, the opposite side of that is, if you don't sign it, then you won't be able to participate in the activity.
Right. So you have to make that educated decision on whether or not you want to participate. Okay, now shifting gears away from kind of the legal side, let's talk about Survivorfest. And so you guys have been partnering with us for 6 years. What is it about Survivorfest that made you guys get involved and keeps you guys coming back?
Well, I think Survivorfest, it's amazing to look out and see the dedication of these runners. Obviously, they're here for a reason.
Yep.
We see that, and we're aware that, part of this event is geared towards supporting Saffron House. And I mean, Saffron House, wonderful work. It's a good cause. The bigger issue, I suppose, behind all of this is supporting victims of domestic abuse or domestic violence. I think it's a pervasive issue in our community, one that we maybe don't talk about as much as we should, and it tends to have knock-on effects, right? It really affects families' physical security, children, where they're going to live. Suddenly if you need to relocate, where are you going to be going to school? There's so many issues that flow from that. And if there can be support for those types of organizations like Saffron House, it really, there is a need for that in the community. And I mean, it's not a glamorous subject, but it's real, and it affects a lot of people. So we're happy to support that. It's one of the few things that we do support in the community, but it's meaningful.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we had the Saffron on earlier on today, and we talked about some of the statistics and why they're so critical to our communities. And 43% of all Albertans have been victims of sexual violence, which is shocking.
That number's
right?
really high.
It's really high, and it's going up and up and up. It's not necessarily going down. So a lot of the funding that we provide, we've provided up to $27,000 over the last 6 years to Saffron, goes to their programs. And I know if anyone, and I've talked about this, is probably the third or fourth time I mentioned this in the broadcast, is that if anyone has young children that go to the school system, the Saffron Centre goes into the schools and teaches them about sexual violence and talks about internet safety, and those programs are so important, especially this day and age, that they need all the support we can get. And we also have a lot of returning athletes, and we hear year after year is that they come back not only because it's like a phenomenal event, but because of the Saffron and what this stands for. So it's a great cause, and why you have me, who's been involved for 5 years, a bunch of the other committee that's been involved for a long time too. We believe in Laura, and we believe in the event, and we believe in what the Saffron does is so important. So thanks for that. And then outside of Survivorfest, are there any other local events or initiatives that you're proud to support?
So we participate in a couple community events. One of them is Stage Eater Theaters.
Right.
It's a production company that puts on a couple plays every year. The most recent being Mary Poppins, that was done in February. I believe before that was it Oklahoma?
There was Big Fish at one point.
Right,
There's Elf if you go back a bit further, Candy Bomber. So there's been a few.
Yeah.
I believe Oklahoma's one.
Right. And the other one that we do is Roots for Trees, which we've participated in for the last 3 years. We work with the city of Edmonton to go plant trees. I like to think of it as the lawyers giving back, because we use a lot of paper in the office. We're one of the professions that finds it a little difficult to switch over to all digital files. And so we're looking into possibly even getting the involvement of Strathcona County to do something like Roots for Trees here within Strathcona County.
Yeah, that's great. I have an old running partner that he was part of that Root for Trees, where he'd work all summer just going to plant trees with different people. So that's a good thing to do. And Stage Eaters, they actually came 2 years ago. I think we had them actually on site performing some of their performing a show of some sort. So Randy got us engaged with them and spoke about them on the broadcast at that point too. Okay, now this is my favorite question, and I've been waiting like all week for this. So I said that I'm in IT, and one of my biggest pet peeves is when I watch a television show and they just show like this scenario that is just not possible. It's not plausible, and it just drives me absolutely bonkers. So, tell me a TV show or a movie that gets lawyers wrong, or the process completely wrong. And how do you feel about that? Let's dig deep into the psychology of it.
There's lots of TV shows that I completely disagree with. It's all just dramatization and entertainment. One of those being Suits. Everyone is familiar with Suits because of how popular it got on Netflix. It's just not realistic at all. You have someone who claims that they're a lawyer. They end up practicing as a lawyer. They're even supported by a big law firm that knows that they aren't a licensed lawyer. That's just not something that can happen in profession. We do have a code of ethics that we must follow with the Law Society, and so these types of scenarios, they're just not realistic at all.
So Lincoln Lawyer, where does that stand? That's one I was watching a year ago.
I've actually never seen Lincoln Lawyer. I try to avoid all these legal drama shows because I know they're not representation.
Lincoln Lawyer was a good movie. I don't really dabble in the criminal law area, so he seemed a little close to his clients.
That's
He seemed a little close to his clients there, but it was a fun movie. I think though, as lawyers, we generally have to be mindful. If we know that there's something illegal happening, we can't really condone it.
No.
And I think in that movie he knew that there were some illegal things happening. Although he did uncover something that was illegal as well.
Well, he hovers the line, right? Like,
yeah. No, it was a good movie. One show that I do like, on the flip side, I like Judge Judy.
Judge Judy,
Judge
really?
Judy, she's great because I feel like a lot of time people think their day in court is going to be, I don't know. Maybe they think it's going to be a very long trial.
Yeah.
Maybe they think it's going to be very complicated and there's going to be so many arguments.
Yeah.
But I think Judge Judy, she cuts to the chase. She's very efficient at asking each side, what about this? Tell me your story. And she'll interject and she'll ask the right questions to figure out what the real issue is and to help understand legally who's in the right and who's in the wrong. And she does it quickly. And I think a lot of judges that I admire are judges that can quickly sort out the issue.
Yep.
Not everything is a long drawn out trial. There's a lot of shorter court hearings and usually a lot of negotiation behind the scenes. Most lawyering actually that I do is negotiation behind the scenes.
Yep.
Yes, we might go to court, but most lawsuits are settled.
Yep.
There's usually a deal that's struck and some sort of accommodation made. So yeah, that's reality.
Okay, so your guilty pleasure is Judge Judy. There you go. Well, there's watching the show. So yeah, interesting. I have never watched Judge Judy. I've probably seen a few clips here and there, but she looks like she's doesn't mess around.
She's a tough lady.
You don't want to mess
No.
around with Judge Judy.
Nope.
So right on. Okay, is there anything else that you wanted to share or talk about today?
Well, one thing I think that I really enjoy about practicing law is, yes, I enjoy the legal side of thinking through legal issues. I enjoy helping people. But one thing I've really found that I enjoy with the team at Simpson and Associates, it's the right mix of people. It's a very person-based, solutions-oriented law firm. I like going to work. I like the people I work with. I like my clients. I feel a lot of the time I can pick up the phone and just quickly talk with my clients and give them a short summary of what we're dealing with. But I feel like a lot of my clients, they just want to solve their issues as well. So we work together collaboratively and, as efficiently and as quickly as we can. Law doesn't happen overnight, but I like to be able to have those quick chats with my colleagues and with my clients to solve issues. I don't enjoy matters going on for years if we can avoid it. It doesn't really serve anybody. So I like that. I like colleagues that are knowledge and experienced. I come to Jason and Randy often. I don't know everything. They know a lot more than I do about some areas.
Right.
So it's really collegiate to be able to talk about issues together and share. So I enjoy that.
Yeah. Building on top of that, I just had a client consult the other day, and the client was really uncomfortable coming into the office because they've never been into a lawyer's office before. And they spoke to them a little bit about the Oilers because of obviously the playoffs going on right now. And after the meeting was kind of almost over, he mentioned, wow, this is the most comfortable I've ever felt in being in front of a lawyer. Usually there's a lot of intimidation just because of who we are, and we're normal, everyday people. Come talk to us. Sometimes we're lonely as well. It's not fun always just being in the office, putting our heads down, working on the computer.
Right on. Yeah. No, that's good. Okay, so one more question. I think I've asked this in the past, but I don't think Randy actually gave me an answer to this one. But and you probably know where I'm going with this one. But we do have a relay event here at the Survivorfest. So you can have, I think, up to 3 individuals. So you two and Randy, what do you think? Next year, the Simpsons Associate Survivorfest relay team?
It's a possibility.
Right?
I mean, bring it on. I'd love to see other law firms challenge us. Maybe
Wouldn't that
we could.
be great?
Well, I'd love it, but we'll see. I'm not gonna I'm not going to force any of my colleagues to come out and race against me.
I mean, I'm not much of a runner myself, so I don't know how that would play out.
It might be more of a comedy, maybe a tragedy. I don't know.
That's okay. You got to start somewhere, and if you start somewhere at the Survivorfest relay, I think it's a perfect event for you guys.
Well, I ran.
And you get a free shirt.
I ran cross country in high school, but
Okay.
it's been over 20 years. So
Perfect. Time to dust those shoes off then. All right. Well, thanks so much for taking the time out of your day to come talk to us today. And thanks so much for all the help you guys give us. We couldn't put this race on without you guys. And what you donate to the organization is just, we can't thank you enough. So thank you very much. And
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, and we'll take a short little break here, and then we'll come back a little bit later.
I think
Welcome back, everyone, to the Survivorfest live broadcast. We've been watching these incredible athletes just grinding it out on the course, pushing through challenges hour after hour. The energy out there is just, it's palpable, isn't it?
It truly is. Yeah, it's easy to get completely caught up in the drama unfolding right now.
Right.
The lead changes, those moments of real struggle you see, just the sheer determination on display.
Absolutely.
But, as you watch someone digging deep in, say, hour 18, or maybe navigating the course through the darkest part of the night, it's really vital to remember that this capacity to endure wasn't just discovered today.
Absolutely not. I mean, what we're witnessing right now today is really just the visible tip of this massive iceberg of preparation. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment decision to go for a really long run.
Not at all, no.
This journey to Survivorfest, it began months, maybe even a year or more ago, with really meticulous, multifaceted preparation.
Exactly. It's a process that requires, intentional discipline to work across multiple domains. You've got the physical body, obviously, but also the mental landscape, the whole logistical framework, and even the support system around the athlete. It's really a holistic approach, building both endurance and resilience.
So in this segment, we want to do a bit of a deep dive to pull back the curtain on that extensive preparation. What actually goes into getting a runner to the start line of an ultra-distance event like this? Not just ready to start, but ready to, endure for 24 hours. What are the strategies, the sacrifices, the surprising details?
Yeah, we're going to explore the layers of training that honestly extend far beyond just logging miles. It's a look at the sheer intentionality required, not only to build that physical capacity, but to cultivate a level of resilience that, it kind of permeates almost every aspect of their life during that really demanding training period.
It really is a significant life commitment, isn't it? And our goal for you, listening now, is to gain a deeper appreciation for the immense effort behind every single step being taken out on that course today, to really understand the depth of training that goes into building not just physical toughness, but a different kind of strength altogether.
Okay, let's unpack this.
Okay, let's dive in. And I guess the foundation obviously has to be the running itself, right? You have to run a lot to run for 24 hours. High mileage is clearly a critical component.
High mileage is certainly part of it, yeah. But here's where the preparation for a time-based ultra like Survivorfest, it differs pretty significantly from training for, say, a marathon or maybe a standard 100-mile race that focuses just on distance completion.
Okay.
The key distinction, particularly for seasoned ultra runners, is the shift in emphasis from distance to duration.
Time on feet. That's a phrase we hear bounced around a lot in the ultra world.
Precisely, yeah. The training prescription isn't solely about hitting, say, 80 or 100 miles in a week. It's centrally focused on spending significant amounts of time on their feet during those long training sessions.
Right.
This might mean being out for 10, 12, 15, maybe even more hours in a single session, or maybe spread over a weekend, kind of regardless of the pace.
So it's less about maintaining a specific pace per mile or hitting a certain mileage target for each run, and much more about conditioning the body and, I guess, the mind, too, to handle the cumulative fatigue of simply moving forward for an incredibly long time.
Exactly that. Because when you get into the deep hours of the race, hour 18, hour 20, even hour 23, your pace per mile is, it's almost irrelevant at that point. The fundamental challenge is simply the body's ability to continue moving, whether that's shuffling, power hiking, walking, just keeping going. And that sheer ability to endure the physical stress of being upright and propelling forward for 24 continuous hours, that's built by mirroring that stress and training through those extended periods of time on feet.
That makes a whole lot of sense. So you're conditioning the entire system. The muscles, the connective tissues, the nervous system, the mind, for that specific grinding stress of duration, rather than just optimizing for speed over a set distance.
Right. And this focus on time on feet, it often involves incorporating strategies that might seem, counterintuitive to traditional running training.
Like what?
Well, it means embracing slow paces, sometimes really slow, taking deliberate walking breaks in training, not just when you're tired, practicing power hiking on inclines, or even on the flats sometimes. Some runners will even practice standing at imaginary aid stations during their long runs just to get used to keeping weight on their feet even during those brief pauses. It's an acknowledgement that, the legs are the engine, but the entire body has to withstand the load and the stress for a full day and night.
Okay, so it's high volume, definitely, but with this specific emphasis on simulating the race duration. Is this training just random long slogs, or is there a method to the madness?
Oh, for anyone serious about completing, let alone competing, in an event like this, it's absolutely structured, highly structured. Elite and experienced ultra runners, they follow meticulous training cycles. It's a concept known as periodization.
Periodization. Okay, break that down a little for us.
Sure. Think of it as building in phases. You typically start with a base building phase. Here, the focus is on accumulating consistent, mostly easy mileage or time on feet. You're building that aerobic capacity and structural resilience without too much intensity. This foundational work is, well, crucial.
Makes sense. Build the base first.
Exactly. Then you move into a build phase. This is where the volume and intensity gradually increase. This might involve incorporating specific ultra pace efforts, maybe back-to-back long runs, running a long effort one day, followed by another significant effort the next day to simulate running on already tired legs.
Oof, that sounds tough. Running long on tired legs.
It is tough, but it's very effective training for the latter stages of an ultra. This phase might also incorporate more challenging terrain if the race course demands it.
And after that build phase, what comes next?
Then you usually move into a peak or sharpening phase. Here, the volume might actually decrease slightly, but the intensity is often maintained or even slightly increased, just to fine-tune the fitness. The goal here is to feel sharp and ready, but without accumulating excessive fatigue.
Okay, getting race ready.
And then comes arguably the most crucial and honestly sometimes the most mentally challenging phase, the taper.
The taper. Yeah, cutting back on training right before the big event, that must feel really counterintuitive after months and months of pushing so hard.
It absolutely can feel that way, yeah. It sounds strange if you're stuck in that more is always better mindset. But smart training, it understands that the body doesn't get stronger during the hard training. It gets stronger in recovery after the stress has been applied.
Right. Adaptation happens during rest.
Exactly. So the taper, typically in the final 2 to 4 weeks before the race, involves significantly cutting back training volume, often by 50% or even more. Sometimes you maintain a little bit of intensity or short bursts of pace just to stay sharp, but the volume drops dramatically.
And what's the key benefit of doing that, of this drastic reduction?
It allows the body to fully recover, to repair all that microdamage from months of hard training, replenish energy stores like glycogen, and basically consolidate all the fitness gains you've made. Think of it like charging a battery.
Okay.
You spent months building this massive battery that's your fitness, and the taper is the essential period to fully charge it up so it can deliver peak performance on race day. Fitness is built in the training block. Performance is delivered because of the recovery before the race.
So for the veterans, the experienced runners, the taper isn't optional, is it? It's a non-negotiable part of the plan.
Completely non-negotiable. It's really a sign of discipline and, frankly, a deep trust in the training process they've just completed. It separates the experienced, smart runners from those who might be driven more by anxiety.
How so?
Well, a common pitfall, especially for maybe newer ultra runners, is that temptation to do one last, really long or hard effort too close to the race.
Right, like a final confidence booster.
Exactly. They might feel insecure, worried they haven't done enough, or just crave that feeling of a big run. But veteran ultra runners understand that all the necessary fitness, it's already in the bank. That last-minute hard effort, it only adds fatigue and significantly increases injury risk without providing any tangible benefit for performance on race day itself. Sometimes, honestly, the bravest, smartest decision a runner can make is to actually do less and trust that the taper will do its job.
That really underscores that it's not just about running a lot. It's about training smartly with these strategic periods of stress and then, crucially, recovery.
Exactly. And that smart training, it isn't limited to just the running. I mean, you can't build a structure that needs to stay upright and functional for 24 hours just by running alone.
You mean bringing in things like strength training?
Precisely. Ultra running puts immense repetitive stress on the entire musculoskeletal system, the whole frame. If that supporting structure isn't strong, it will eventually break down. It'll take your race with it, regardless of how good your cardiovascular fitness is. You need a solid foundation, a solid chassis, as some runners like to describe it.
A solid chassis for the running machine. I like that analogy. It works well. So what does that strength work typically look like for an ultra runner? Is it like bodybuilding?
Not really, no. It focuses much more on building functional strength and resilience. Fundamental movements are key. Things like squats, lunges, deadlifts, exercises that build strength in the major muscle groups of the legs, the hips, the back. This provides the raw power and stability needed to handle the load and the impact over endless hours.
And core strength? I imagine that must be absolutely vital.
Crucial. Yeah, perhaps even the most critical component outside of the legs themselves. As fatigue sets in, especially deep into a 24-hour event, a runner's form inevitably starts to degrade. You see it happen.
Yeah, the slouching, the shuffling.
Exactly. Shoulders round forward, hips might start to sag, the core kind of collapses, and the mechanics become really inefficient. A strong core, and that encompasses the abs, the obliques, the lower back, and importantly, the glutes, is the key to maintaining good running form for as long as possible.
And that helps how?
Well, it directly impacts efficiency, for one. It delays the onset of that debilitating pain that comes from poor posture, and it significantly reduces the risk of form-related injuries when the body is under such severe duress. Basically, it keeps everything aligned and tracking correctly, even when you're exhausted.
What about working on things like balance and single leg strength? I've heard those emphasized for runners too.
Incredibly important, yeah. Particularly from an injury prevention standpoint. Think about it. Running is essentially a series of single-leg hops. You spend most of your time on one foot or the other. Any imbalance between your left and right side, or any weakness in those smaller stabilizing muscles around your hips, your knees, your ankles, well, that gets amplified massively over hours and hours of repetition.
And that leads to?
Well, these imbalances are notorious culprits for common ultra-runner ailments like IT band syndrome, patellofemoral pain, often called runner's knee, and plantar fasciitis. Building robust single-leg strength and stability helps ensure your body stays aligned and absorbs impact correctly, even when you're profoundly fatigued.
So just like your skyscraper analogy earlier, the structure needs to be incredibly strong and stable to bear that load for such a long duration. Strength training is basically building that structural integrity.
Exactly. It's not necessarily about lifting the absolute maximum weight. It's about building a durable, stable, and resilient structure that can withstand the unique, prolonged demands of ultra running.
Okay, so they break the body down with the hard running training, and then they build it back up stronger with this targeted strength work. But that building back stronger phase requires something equally important: recovery.
Recovery is definitely not passive downtime in the ultra world, not for the serious athletes anyway. It's an active, intentional, and absolutely non-negotiable component of their training. They train hard, yes, but they prioritize and execute recovery with just as much discipline because that's when the body adapts and actually gets stronger.
So what are some of the specific recovery methods involved? What does that look like day to day?
Well, it includes consistent daily routines. Dedicated mobility work is essential, really focusing on areas that are prone to tightness and restriction, like the hips, the glutes, hamstrings, calves. Maintaining range of motion there is crucial because tightness in one area can create compensatory stress points elsewhere in the kinetic chain over long distances, and that often leads to problems down the line.
And practices like yoga, do many ultra runners incorporate that?
Yes, yoga is often incorporated. And its benefits, they really extend beyond just flexibility. It improves breath control and body awareness, which are invaluable tools for managing discomfort and staying calm when the race inevitably gets tough.
The mental side, too.
Absolutely. It also fosters mindfulness, that ability to observe physical and mental sensations without immediate reaction or judgment. That's a critical skill for navigating the inevitable low points of an ultra.
What about things like foam rolling or those massage guns you see?
Oh yeah, standard practice. Using foam rollers, massage sticks, or those percussive therapy devices helps release muscle tension, improve blood flow to aid repair, and just generally stay on top of knots or tight spots before they escalate into actual injuries. It's like daily maintenance for the body's soft tissues.
And, of course, the most basic form of recovery: actual rest days.
The quiet heroes of any training plan. Scheduled, complete rest days are sacred. Honoring these days, truly allowing the body full recovery, is just as important as hitting the target mileage on your longest run.
Right.
And as we touched on with the tapering, this is another area where the discipline of not training can be surprisingly difficult for driven athletes. But consistently skipping rest days just leads down the path of overtraining, burnout, and eventually injury. True rest is when the magic of adaptation really occurs.
So it's this constant, deliberate cycle. Stress the system, build the structure, and then actively facilitate recovery to come back stronger. But the preparation isn't just about managing the internal body, is it? It's also about rehearsing for the external environment and the logistics of race day itself.
Absolutely. Yeah, for elite ultra runners, race day should ideally present minimal surprises in terms of how things run logistically. Preparation extends to meticulously simulating the conditions and the demands they know they're going to face.
Like testing gear, for instance.
Non-negotiable. Absolutely critical. You train in the exact shoes, the exact socks, shorts, hydration vest, shirt, everything you plan to wear on race day. Every combination needs to be tested over significant time on feet.
Why is that so critical? Seems simple.
Because debilitating blisters from socks you haven't tested thoroughly, chafing from a seam in shorts that felt fine for an hour, discomfort from a hydration vest that starts rubbing wrong after 6 hours, those things can end a race just as surely as a major physical injury, regardless of how fit you are. Race day is absolutely not the time for shiny new gear.
That seems obvious when you put it like that, but I'm sure the temptation for new race day kit is strong for some.
It is, but the lessons are often learned the hard way. What feels perfectly fine for an hour or two can become absolute agony after 10 or 12 hours. You have to trust what you've trained in, what you know works for your body over the long haul.
And in a 24-hour race like Survivorfest, a significant portion of that time is spent in the dark.
Right. Which means practicing night running is essential.
What does that involve specifically?
Training with headlamps, for starters. Understanding battery life, practicing changing batteries or even swapping headlamps while moving or quickly at aid stations. Navigating by headlamp beam, which is very different. Getting comfortable with the different visual cues, the potential for disorientation in the dark. It's a distinct skill set and sensory experience that absolutely must be rehearsed.
And Survivorfest weather, as we know, can be notoriously unpredictable. Heat one year, cold and rain the next.
Precisely. So smart runners train for those potential environmental conditions. If heat is anticipated, they might incorporate specific heat acclimation strategies, maybe sauna sessions, or purposefully training during the hottest part of the day to improve their body's thermoregulation.
Makes sense. Get the body used to it.
Yeah, making them more efficient at sweating and managing core temperature. And if cold or wet conditions are possible, they practice layering systems, understanding how to manage moisture, changing into dry clothes efficiently if needed, maintaining core temperature. That's critical.
Especially during the night hours.
Exactly. That's when temperatures can drop significantly even after a warm day. It's about preparing the body and the system, their clothing system, their gear system, to function optimally across a whole range of potential conditions they might face out there.
So these really long training efforts, they effectively become dress rehearsals for the actual race day experience, don't they?
That's exactly what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, they aren't just accumulating fitness, they are actively problem-solving and rehearsing. Practicing being awake and functional at 3 a.m., dealing with a specific clothing layer change at dawn, managing fuel intake when maybe feeling a bit nauseous, troubleshooting a piece of gear that's not quite right. They live through these specific scenarios in training so that when or if they occur on race day, they feel familiar and manageable, not like some unexpected crisis that throws them off their game.
It really paints a picture of preparation that is incredibly practical and detail-oriented, not just physically demanding. A lot of thought goes into it.
Absolutely. And central to navigating all those physical demands and potential pitfalls is an athlete's ability to communicate with their own body. Injuries are, unfortunately, a constant threat in ultra running, and a race-ending issue rarely starts with a sudden dramatic failure.
It starts like a whisper, not a shout. I've heard that before.
That's the perfect way to put it, yeah. Smart ultra runners develop an incredibly high level of body awareness. They become attuned to really subtle signals, maybe a little niggle, a persistent ache that wasn't there yesterday, or just a feeling of fatigue that goes beyond normal training tiredness.
And what kind of practices help build that awareness and hopefully prevent those whispers from becoming shouts?
Well, the basic fundamental stuff is completely non-negotiable. Thorough warm-ups before every single session to prepare the body for work, and proper cool-downs afterward to facilitate recovery, and, importantly, identify any new aches or pains that might have cropped up. These aren't optional extras, they're integrated into every single training day.
And the concept of prehab, what's that about?
Yes, prehab or preventative exercises. These are specific, targeted exercises, usually done daily or several times a week, focused on strengthening and stabilizing areas known to be vulnerable in ultra runners. Things like ankle stability exercises, foot strengthening drills, hip abductor and adductor work, glute activation routines. It's proactive maintenance, basically, building robustness in the body's potential weak links before they fail under the stress of hours of running. It's always much easier to prevent a problem than to try and fix it mid-training cycle, or even worse, on race day.
So it's about fortifying the structure at its most susceptible points before they even become an issue.
Exactly. And a critical skill that ultra runners have to cultivate is distinguishing between normal training discomfort, the muscle soreness, the feeling of fatigue that comes from hard work, and the early signals of an actual injury. That might feel sharper, more localized, or it just doesn't subside with rest like normal soreness does.
Hmm.
Ignoring that distinction is how a whisper quickly becomes a problem that's too loud to ignore.
And as you mentioned earlier, sometimes the most challenging but probably the most necessary decision is.
To rest, to actually deviate from the plan. Sometimes the most courageous act for an ultra runner, especially one deep in a structured training block with a big goal ahead, is to listen to their body when it's sending those clear signals of distress and take unscheduled rest or modify a session, even if it means missing a key workout they had planned.
That must go against every instinct.
It really does. It goes against that deep-seated drive to push through absolutely everything. But the ability to prioritize long-term health and ultimately race day performance over rigidly adhering to every single detail of the training plan, that's a mark of maturity and wisdom that's usually earned through experience, often by learning from past mistakes, unfortunately.
That balance between pushing your limits and really listening to your body seems like a constant, delicate negotiation.
It absolutely is, yeah. It requires a deep understanding of yourself, built over time. And speaking of understanding what the body needs, let's talk about fueling. Because fueling for 24 hours of continuous movement is an enormous challenge in itself, and it requires significant preparation.
Oh, I can't even fathom consuming enough calories while running for that long. How on earth do they manage that?
Well, race nutrition isn't just about having access to food. It's described universally as a skill in the ultra running world. And it's a skill that requires extensive practice and training. Just like the running itself, you have to train your gut.
Train your gut. So what are they practicing with their fueling? What does that look like?
Testing everything, literally everything they might possibly consume on race day. Trying different types and brands of gels, different liquid nutrition options like carbohydrate drinks or maybe salty broth later on. Experimenting with solid foods like potatoes, rice cakes, specific energy bars, even things you might find at aid stations like quesadillas or soup.
So they're figuring out what tastes okay, but more importantly,
What provides consistent energy without causing gastrointestinal distress, and crucially, what their stomach can actually handle under increasing physiological stress.
right, because running for hours must affect digestion.
Dramatically. The digestive system behaves very differently under prolonged stress. Blood flow gets prioritized away from the gut and towards the working muscles, so efficiency drops. They have to find foods their stomach can tolerate and process even when it's compromised.
And the timing is key too, I imagine.
Meticulous, yes. Elite runners practice taking in calories and hydration at regular, frequent intervals, often something like every 30 to 45 minutes, like a perfectly synchronized pit crew. They train themselves to take in fuel even when they don't feel hungry or thirsty, because by the time you feel those signals in an ultra, it's often way too late. You're already behind.
And that concept you mentioned, gut training, that sounds intense.
It is, and it's a fascinating and really unique aspect of ultra-endurance prep. Some runners actively train their digestive system to tolerate higher volumes of carbohydrates and different fuel sources than they normally would, specifically while under the stress of running for many hours.
How do they do that?
It involves gradually increasing calorie intake during long training runs, maybe trying slightly richer or different types of fuel than usual, essentially building the gut's capacity and efficiency to handle the demands of race day. It's training the stomach and intestines just like you train your legs.
And why is this practice so absolutely non-negotiable for ultra performance?
Because if the stomach rebels, if you experience significant nausea, vomiting, cramping, or you're simply unable to process enough calories to match your energy expenditure, then the race is essentially over. It doesn't matter how good your legs feel. If you can't fuel the machine shuts down. Simple as that. Gut training is a cornerstone of ultra-endurance success. It's literally training your body to absorb nutrients while running a marathon and then doing that again and again and again for 24 hours.
Wow. So fueling is truly a trained skill and a performance bottleneck just as critical as physical capacity or mental strength.
Absolutely. It's a pillar you absolutely have to build alongside everything else. And another pillar, as we touched on briefly, involves preparing for and conquering those external elements and the immense fatigue that inevitably sets in during a 24-hour race.
Right. Training for conditions they can't predict or control, like weather.
Exactly. While you can't control the weather on race day, you can certainly prepare for the possibilities. Elite runners often incorporate specific acclimation strategies. We mentioned heat training, maybe using saunas or structured training sessions in warm conditions to enhance their body's thermoregulatory response.
Making them better at handling heat.
Right, more efficient at sweating, better at managing core temperature.
And for the cold or wet conditions.
Practicing layering systems is absolutely key. Learning what specific combination of clothing works for different temperatures and conditions. Practicing adding or removing layers efficiently while still moving. Understanding how different fabrics perform when they get wet. And managing moisture effectively to prevent hyperthermia or even overheating during temperature swings.
That seems especially critical during the night hours of a 24-hour race, when temperatures can drop really significantly, even after a warm day.
Exactly. It's about having a tested system ready to go. And then there's the ultimate challenge, perhaps, of a 24-hour event, dealing with sleep deprivation.
That's a huge factor, isn't it? How do they prepare for just not sleeping?
Well, some runners try to sleep bank in the days or week leading up to a major 24-hour race. That means intentionally trying to get extra sleep each night to build up a bit of a reserve.
Does that actually work?
It helps. I mean, you can't entirely eliminate the effects of staying awake and moving for 24 hours or more, but having a bit of a sleep reserve can help mitigate the worst impacts on cognitive function and physical performance, especially in those really late stages of the race.
And those later stages, combined with the severe fatigue, that can lead to, well, some pretty strange experiences, right? Like hallucinations.
Yes, it's actually not uncommon. In the deep fatigue and profound sleep deprivation experienced towards the end of a 24-hour race, perception can definitely become distorted. Things can look different.
So how do you prepare for that?
Well, preparing for it isn't really about preventing it entirely, because sometimes you just can't. It's more about having rehearsed pushing through profound exhaustion in training, having mental strategies ready, like focusing intensely on the small patch of ground right in front of you, relying heavily on a pacer if you have one, or using simple, repetitive mantras helps runners stay oriented and keep moving forward, even when their minds might be playing tricks on them.
Oh.
It's really about building the mental fortitude to continue when every single fiber of your being is screaming at you to stop and sleep, and maybe your eyes are showing you things that aren't actually there.
It's incredible to think about intentionally preparing for that potential level of physical and mental breakdown, anticipating it.
It really highlights the depth of commitment involved, doesn't it? And while we often focus on the image of the lone runner out there battling the elements and themselves on the course, the reality for many in these long events, especially at the sharp end of the field, is that this is absolutely not a solo endeavor.
Ah, you're talking about the crew, the support team.
Absolutely. Behind almost every runner pushing the limits of human endurance in a 24-hour race, there's a dedicated support team, the crew. These are often friends, family members, maybe fellow runners who volunteer their time, their sleep, their energy completely selflessly. They are an absolutely essential part of the equation, often literally right there by the runner's side at aid stations, or maybe pacing them through the difficult night hours.
So the coordination with the crew, that's also something that gets practiced beforehand. It's not just improvised on the day.
Oh, meticulously practiced, yeah. Race day aid station stocks can be chaotic environments, especially in the later hours when the runner is physically and mentally compromised. The crew provides the calm, the focus, the execution.
How they practice.
Runners and their crews often practice their aid station routines repeatedly, sometimes even during long training runs. They literally choreograph it. Who grabs the hydration pack first? Who is responsible for refilling the bottles with the right mix? Who has the specific food item the runner needs ready to hand over? Who helps with a quick shoe or sock change if needed? Who's checking for potential issues like chafing or blisters?
It sounds almost like a pit stop in motorsports.
Yeah.
Every second counts, and the runner needs to expend minimal mental energy on logistics.
That's a perfect analogy, exactly. Practicing that choreography ensures maximum efficiency and minimal fumbling when it really counts. It saves crucial time on the clock, yes, but perhaps more importantly, it conserves the runner's precious mental energy. When a runner stumbles into an aid station completely exhausted, maybe disoriented, the crew is there, ready, executing the practice plan without needing detailed instructions.
They anticipate the needs.
They anticipate needs because they know the runner, they know the plan they've rehearsed together, and they're totally focused on support. The crew essentially becomes the runner's external brain and logistical hub when the runner's own internal capacity is severely diminished by fatigue.
That's huge.
It is. And the level of planning that goes into this can be incredibly detailed, sometimes down to spreadsheets outlining exact calorie targets needed per loop, specific gear changes planned based on time of day or predicted temperature changes, pre-prepared drop bags with everything labeled. Even communication cues rehearsed to quickly check on the runner's physical and mental state without lengthy conversations.
Wow. Spreadsheet level planning.
Absolutely. This isn't improvised. It's a carefully rehearsed system designed to function smoothly even under extreme duress. And if the runner uses pacers, that relationship and rhythm is also practiced extensively beforehand. The pacer isn't just there to set a pace. They're providing navigation, crucial motivation, accountability for fueling and hydration schedules, technical support, and often just a calming, steady presence through the toughest parts.
It truly highlights the incredible selflessness of the crew members, doesn't it? They are sacrificing their own comfort, often staying awake all night, sometimes in really challenging weather conditions, just to support their runner's dream. They really are partners in the journey.
They absolutely are. Their dedication is profound. You see it at the aid stations, their intense focus, their readiness, their efficiency. They are completely dialed into the runner's needs, often anticipating them before the runner even has to verbalize them because they've been through the training process together, they know the plan inside out, and they care deeply about the runner's success and well-being. They are the essential support structure that allows the runner to focus solely on the immense task of moving forward hour after hour.
It's such a powerful reminder that even in a sport that seems so intensely solo, reaching these kinds of extremes often requires a deeply committed, highly coordinated team effort behind the scenes.
It's definitely a shared journey of endurance, resilience, and mutual support.
Okay, so after all of that preparation, the physical grinding, the mental fortitude building, the detailed logistical rehearsals, the team coordination, and then the immense effort of the race itself, there's the aftermath, the recovery. That must be intense too.
Recovery is far more than just letting sore muscles heal. It's a deep, multi-layered process after an event like this. Physically, yes, it means prioritizing significant amounts of sleep, getting consistent, proper nutrition to facilitate tissue repair, and continuing those gentle mobility and movement routines to work out stiffness and promote blood flow. Getting back to normal takes time.
But you mentioned a potential mental crash earlier. Is that common?
That's a very real phenomenon, yes. After pushing the mind and body to such extremes for such a prolonged period, the intense focus and the adrenaline of the race finally fade, and there can be a significant mental and emotional downswing in the days, sometimes even weeks, that follow. Processing the entire experience, the highs, the lows, the moments of intense pain, the doubt, the perseverance, the accomplishment, that's a crucial part of the recovery process, too. It's not just about the body bouncing back. The mind needs time to sort of reintegrate and recalibrate after being pushed so far.
And reflecting on the why behind it all must be part of that mental recovery as well.
Often, yes. Before jumping straight into planning the next training block or setting new ambitious goals, runners frequently take time to reconnect with their core motivation for undertaking such a challenging endeavor in the first place. What did they learn about themselves? What did they gain from the experience beyond just a finishing time or distance? What truly drove them through those darkest moments out there? This kind of reflection helps ground them and inform their future path, whatever that might be.
And learning from the race experience itself. I think Scott Jurek famously said something like, when you push your body that far, you learn something new every time.
That quote resonates so deeply within the ultra community because it's absolutely true. The smartest, most experienced runners pay close attention to the lessons the race provides them. What worked well in their preparation this time? What broke down? How did their nutrition plan actually hold up under real race stress? How did they react mentally under severe sleep deprivation or when faced with unexpected pain?
Right. Debriefing yourself.
Exactly. These insights are invaluable feedback. They inform future training adjustments, strategy tweaks, gear choices. It makes them stronger, smarter athletes for the next challenge they decide to take on.
It really is a continuous cycle, isn't it? Prepare meticulously, execute the plan, recover fully, and learn deeply from the whole experience.
Precisely. It's an ongoing evolution guided by the profound lessons learned each and every time they push the boundaries of what they previously thought was possible for themselves.
So when you see an athlete out here at Survivorfest, still moving, still grinding away, whether they are leading the pack or simply pushing with everything they have to finish in hour 23, it's crucial to understand that their presence here, their capacity to endure what you're seeing, it didn't just begin at the start line this morning.
Not at all. It began months and months ago, with countless hours of dedicated training, not just running miles, but systematically building a resilient physical structure, developing a strong and adaptable gut, and training the capacity to function effectively under extreme physiological and psychological stress.
It began with meticulous planning and countless rehearsals, trying to eliminate potential surprises and preparing strategies for the unpredictable elements they knew they might face.
It began with building a dedicated support system, practicing intricate coordination with their crew, and fostering deep trust in a team that would help carry them through the toughest moments.
And perhaps most profoundly, it all began with a personal decision to find out what they are truly made of. And they've been training that resolve, building that deep resilience body, mind, and spirit layer by careful layer ever since that decision was made.
It truly is a powerful long-term journey of building something far greater than just physical endurance, long, long before race day even arrives on the calendar.
And it leaves you with a pretty powerful question to ponder, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Thinking about all this, what challenging goal in your own life, whether it's a physical challenge like this, maybe a demanding professional aspiration, or a significant personal project, could potentially benefit from this kind of intentional, multidisciplinary preparation? How could focusing not just on the end goal itself, but on the deep layered process of building readiness, resilience, and the right support systems unlock potential you might not even know you had?
That's definitely a thought worth carrying with you.
All right, we are going to take a break now from this deep dive into the incredible world of ultra preparation. We'll be back later with more stories and updates directly from the course here at Survivorfest 2025. Stay with us.
Something that has to be done.
Yeah, it was Janet.
Janet?
Ma'am.
Nice. Thank you for coming back.
Of course, once you get the bug, it's kind of
Yeah. And there's Pedro. Whoop, whoop. Sun's coming out. Oleg's looking sharp, strong again. And Coach KP, look at him go. Whoop, whoop. So I'm doing the crew cam. Might as well start with the cam himself. Here, put the mic on. There's a little mic.
There's a mic?
Yeah.
Oh my, what do I get to talk about?
So, talk to us about crewing, Cam.
Well, my shift hasn't started yet.
Okay.
But I've got to crew this gal right here,
Okay.
Krista Ivers.
Okay.
And look at her just crushing it.
There, she gives a little wave.
Oh, she's running now. We're good.
She's running now that she's on TV.
So I'm going to be here till 3 a.m. tonight.
So what do you think is your number one tip for crews? Do you have a number one tip?
Let your runner tell you what they want.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
Or just give them gels.
Just give them gels.
No,
Yeah.
eat the bacon.
Eat the bacon.
Eat the cheeseburger or grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Soup.
Okay.
Soup's really good.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what? Just
And so how long will your shift last for?
9 hours.
Woo-wee! That's going to be a late one.
Well, theoretically, it's longer, actually. I've been here since 3.
Okay.
So it's going to be more like 12.
I'm going
Pulling
to...
a shift.
Okay, I'm going to have you help me deliver this cupcake because there was a birthday a couple days ago.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Whose birthday is it?
It was Elena's birthday.
Elena's, okay.
Yeah, so we're going to go over this way. Whoa.
Are we going to sing happy birthday?
Well, sure, we can do that if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
I think this was her aid station, but I don't see her.
Okay.
So, you know what? I'm going to just put it here. Nope, this isn't theirs. Whoops. Wrong tent. Wrong tent. Well, maybe she's down here.
Oh, I got to get off the track.
Okay, yeah, get off. Oleg, where's Elena?
She's at the Trisha stand.
Okay.
Oh. Hey, we went the wrong way, people.
Yeah, we went the wrong way. We're on mission. Birthday cupcake.
And a mini microphone.
Okay, we ready? Okay. We're on a...
birthday whenever we're doing.
Hi, Del. Oh, do you want to be on the live broadcast?
Well, I don't mind.
Yeah? Oh, this is like one of the superstars of the sport, especially of Survivorfest. Oh, she's getting some new socks and new shoes.
Tire change.
How you feeling, Del?
You know, I'm all right. It's just about shuffling forwards now and staying on schedule.
Nice.
I'm counting down 115k to that record if I can do it.
You can do it. You can do it. Sun's come out.
I know.
The worst part's over.
I'm waiting for the door.
Okay.
I like running through the night.
I do too.
So we'll see
I do
what
too.
happens.
Yay.
Oh my
Do you want a
gosh.
cupcake?
No, I better not.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
That's okay. It was for Elena anyways.
All right.
But I thought, well, we're here. You're letting us in on the real side of ultra running.
Yeah.
The tire change.
Yeah, the tire change.
Okay.
Thanks to this awesome guy as well. He's seen for 24 hours helping me.
Yeah.
No fucking.
See, that's the guy that we need to talk to about crewing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll be back, Andy. Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
All right, so.
No, you don't want the little mic?
Are you sure? Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. Here, I'm gonna move over here to see. What is this? Oh wow! Look at this.
We have some
Oh wow!
master corporal things.
Look at all this.
Someone must be walking for their army
It's
friends.
incredible. Look at that.
I did the Marine Corps 50K in Washington. That was quite a thing.
So if you can see, Master Corporal Jeffrey Scott Walsh.
This is really cool.
Yeah. This is Inspiration 101 right here. It's amazing. This is what runners think about. People that inspire us, make us move forward. Look at that. All of our Canadian soldiers. Amazing. Really a time to take a minute and appreciate how lucky we are. And look at that, eh? Whew.
That's pretty cool.
That is massively inspiring right there. Okay, let's continue on this birthday mission. We're on a mission to deliver this cupcake.
Elena, we need to find you.
Oh, look. How you doing, birds?
Suffering.
Yeah?
Yeah, but you're crushing
Look at you. You're still going. I gave him a pair of socks.
Did you?
Yeah. It's life-changing. Oh, there's a amazing volunteer, Barry. We'll be back. Good job, Dave. Way to power through. There she is. We were looking for her.
My God, that's the chocolate
Happy birthday.
You're welcome. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, belated birthday. Happy birthday to you. And here's another superstar, Trish. Got Ed. Still here when Wayne is not here.
Yeah, he is. He is on the track.
Is he back on the track again?
He's distracting other runners.
And yes, distracting all the other runners. Chatting,
Chatting.
don't you know?
Surprise, surprise. That's why I haven't seen him, because he's so slow.
Oh, he'll be around pretty soon.
Yeah. Here they come. Oh, look, here comes Mike Melton doing his couple laps. Good job, Mike. Showing him how it's done. And here comes Mark. He's pushing through. He just did the Banff Jasper relay with me last weekend. And here's Oleg. Look. Yeah. God, he looks great. Sun's come out and he's shining again.
Yeah, shining like
Good. Okay.
The clouds are almost gone. Look at this.
I know.
Perfect weather.
I know. Finally. It does come to Sherwood Park every once in a while, you know. Gee. We haven't had very good luck Sherwood Park for Survivorfest last few years.
So last year's weren't good either.
Last year we had sleet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cold.
Yeah. But still, there were records broken, right? Like, it's incredible.
Oh, maybe that's the weather they like.
Yeah. Well, and then I think the year before that it was really hot. There were still records broken, but they were by Mexican and so
Oh,
and
yeah, maybe this
Nigeria
weather is better than
and
the hot
yeah,
one.
Lebanon.
They're doing better than.
That's it, Bailey. Way to go. Way to go. Look at them coming around. Oh yeah, look at you, dry and happy. Dry and happy, right? Good job, good job. Woo-hoo. And there's Simone. Good work, good work. Okay, so we're supposed to be doing the crew cam. So you guys gonna give us some good advice about crewing? What's your number one tip?
Don't let them sit in the chair. Don't let them sit in the chair. I'm just repeating.
So beware of the chair is absolutely true.
Just chop, 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 chop. Off you go.
Off you go. I love that.
I'll have it for you next time. Don't stop.
Keep on going. And at like 6 hours in, what are they wanting? Is it still liquids?
They want to go home.
They want to go. Let's face it, that's what they really want. There's no like power song, mantra, just a chop chop. I'll have it for you next time.
Repeat.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, look at this. 9 loops. All right. Okay, I'm going to call it a day. Hopefully, Mike, you hear this so that you can cut the video. I don't know how this works. 50-50 is already. Oh. All right. Okay, we're going to head back because I don't I don't have my interview questions all prepped up. And I don't know. I just wanted to deliver a cupcake. That was my mission. You're welcome. Thanks, Cam.
Hey, you're welcome.
Pedro, how you doing? Yeah, so. Lee, still going strong? God, you're almost done. Incredible. Well done. Lee. Good job. Way to go, Rob. Way to go, Teresa. Simone again. That is so inspirational. That right there. Are those all guys that you've fought with?
Knowing specifically, I think there's 2 guys in that mural that I've known.
Okay.
The most recent person that we lost was Corporal Way. He's just on that left over there.
So these are all
Most of these
soldiers
guys
that
are
we've
from
lost.
Afghanistan. Got a couple guys, just like 21 years old. That's probably like the youngest guy that was out there. And then, I remember we had one airborne guy who was just first boots on the ground, and American F-16 mistook him for enemy forces, and it was just, I remember listening to that same speech in like 2008 when I was a kid. So I was, you just see those moments where it's just like, a lot of them would just kill to be here, 100%.
Yeah.
And I just think it's people like this that allow us to do what we do.
For sure. Yeah.
Just if this is like halfway across the world, they're willing to go fight for somebody else. I can only imagine what the strength is for people like that to fight for people like us.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like some of these guys seen combat, and then others, it's although they haven't gone to Afghanistan or do all the fancy stuff, they're still that heart and spirit and culture still the same. The only colored picture I have is from my old cadet officer. I remember I gave him a phone call like 8 times in one night. I'm like, dude, guy not picking up. His wife picked up, and I was like, hey, where is he? I need him. She's kind of a quick pause. He's like, sorry, so yesterday. It's just like that killed me. And it's just like he was doing good the week before. And I remember his last words to me was just like, so I was really frustrated with my old commanding officer. I was like, he's not listening, he's not doing anything. He's like, work with him. And I think every time we get that moment in our lives where it's just like, hey, I don't want to do this. This guy sucks. The situation's not working for me. Work with it.
And
I remember after I heard that news, ran a 5K, called everybody I could, say, hey, you know what? Show up to his funeral, and I just remember like that was probably the moment where I felt the strongest. Running for these guys it means the world to me, honestly.
Thank you so much for coming here and running for them for us too. Like, I know I'm never sure what to ever say because words just can't put it into like it's disbelief and just such a huge appreciation, right, for you and them and everyone that goes fights for us. Like, I have two workers from Ukraine right now, and they have family that are back home on the front lines as well, and
It's brutal out there.
it is.
We lost a guy recently. He was with 15 Field Arms, like just in Edmonton.
Mhm.
He was working with First Health Services Group just up in CFB Edmonton up north. And when that call to Ukraine came, he was like, "Hey guys, are we going?" And I was like, "Hey, slow it down.
Yeah.
Kind of go slowly." And he's like, "You know what? No." He dropped his papers. He left the CAF and he joined Ukraine forces. We got a message back like, "Hey, he's not with us anymore." He's memorialized at the Calgary Military Museum. This guy's there's a lot of people out there. We just don't hear their stories as often.
Yeah.
Anyone who's walking by, quick briefing, and these things aren't written by some upset commanding officer. You'll see the citation. It's always someone that very much knew and loved these people that are writing about their character and testimony.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That doesn't even seem like enough. Thank you. Like, thank you
Right.
so much. So
I'm gonna keep up with these laps.
okay,
Keep up
okay,
with you guys.
sounds good. Thank you so much.
Best of luck.
Wow.
Well, I didn't know.
Oh, she's back. She's back.
Advice how to crew. Like, he'll give you the best
Yeah.
advice how to crew.
I know that was last weekend. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go put it away and then hug you.
You gonna hug me then?
No, I'm gonna come back and hug you. Yeah. Okay.
Just going.
Go, go, go. Okay. I'm gonna cross. Way to go, Corey. Nice work. Well done. Well done. Hey everyone, we're here with Lee and Deanna, our long distance travelers. Okay, you guys got to tell the audience at home a little bit about your story and how and why you came to Survivorfest.
Okay, I'll tell the first bit and then you can go back further, okay?
Okay.
So I am a teacher. I work in an international school and we live in Hanoi, Vietnam. And our school year ended on Wednesday. So we got on the plane on Friday morning and we got back late Friday night after traveling for about 27 hours. And then we had a few hours of sleep and then we woke up and came here to do the 12 hours.
This is great. I'm so honored that you guys have, when Lee reached out to me and told me that he was going to register, I just was floored by that, but also because Lee and I have we have an email history from when he was part of the Association of Canadian Ultra Runners, and I was just starting Survivorfest, and he just had some really great supportive emails to me, and I really, as a new race director, needed just that encouragement and that you're on the right path, and and so to meet him face to face, especially when it comes to the Association of Canadian Ultra Runners, they're our national body here. We've been Survivorfest has always been associated with them and tried to follow the guidelines set out by them, because we got the International Association of Ultra Runners bronze label. That was one of the key things that we wanted for our race, to draw a larger crowd outside of Edmonton, and I really needed that guidance from the association, and so any emails I would just be like, yay, I'm on the right track. Because this sport is so niche and it's really hard to find information. You have to really do a little bit of a deep dive into some rabbit holes to find out how is this going to work and what are the rules, and especially here in Canada, and especially with timed running events. And so, Deanna, I was asking you a little bit, so maybe for the audience, if you can talk a little bit about your guys' history with timed running events, and you spoke about across the years, which is a race I've been wanting to do. But Lee, and Lee, I'd like to hear your background too about timed running events.
Sure. We've both been running for a long time, and we have spent a lot of time outside Canada. We left the first time in '96, and we've had a few years back in Canada, in the prairies, but we've worked overseas for a long time, and we've been really fortunate to go to some pretty amazing running events, distance races and timed races. And it's the timed races that we really like, because the community's a little bit different, and especially these loop courses are just wonderful, because the energy's amazing. Over the course of 9 hours, I've met a whole bunch of great people here already today, and I don't know, for us, that's what it is. So, we've been doing these for a long time, I guess. We started running I started in '94, and Deanna started in '97, I guess. And across the years was wonderful. We've got a really vibrant running community in Hanoi as well.
Okay.
And so, actually, this is great, because we'll send them the link to this.
That's great.
Done, so they can see what's going on. But just to go back to what you said earlier, I also loved corresponding with you, because I think new race directors sometimes get a little bit kind of caught up in all there is to do and get a little bit afraid of making mistakes. And I think you have to be willing to make mistakes and be creative and find solutions. And we were so excited that our school calendars worked out this year so that we could come and be here with you. And we love it. We're just having a great day.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, and that's great to hear, since the weather was not that fabulous at the very beginning. But yeah, too, with the short loops, you look around and you see everybody else is suffering just as much as you are. And last night we had the kids race, and the expression on the adults' faces today are just like they were on the kids for the most part. Like, you're like, oh my God, like I'm out running in the rain and we're, it's kind of a situation where typically we're not supposed to, and so there's something freeing about that as well, and of course you feel a lot stronger and tougher when it's cold and rainy, and
it's a culture where it's acceptable to eat candy and bacon all the time. So, these are our people. Sure.
These are our people. Yeah, for sure. Is there any really memorable experiences that you've had at other running events that differ from or I don't know, I've only experienced timed running events like Survivorfest, but that first year I realized what hooked everybody in, because I had heard it through the research of how social it is, and I know that in the States there's actually a following of, and actually Mike, our timing, has a bit of a following because of across the years, and unfortunately they haven't been following him to Canada that much, but is there anything a really funny memory from other timed events or something that's really quirky or different elsewhere that you've gone?
We lived in Korea, so we did some ultra marathons while we lived in Korea.
Okay.
And so we did, one of the runs we did was 100K.
Oh!
And so there was a big hill, or maybe a small mountain. And it was the middle of the night, and you had to go up this big hill. And then at the top there was an aid station with food, and it was the best event food I've ever had. It was beef and seaweed soup.
Oh!
And it just powered me. I felt so good after I ate it, and then I just went flying down the mountain. And
nice.
It was a really good feeling.
Nice.
Yeah. But that's also the race where Deanna and I, we started, it was a little bit ahead, and then Deanna caught up, and we ended up coming down that hill together. And it's supposed to be a 100K race, but about 95K, there was a sign that said, there's some road construction, so we're adding another K. And it was the longest.
It was the longest kilometer
ever. It was cold, and it was a surprise. Not such a welcome surprise. So
one of those things you can't plan for as a race organizer: spontaneous road construction.
Yeah. I remember the first year here, they were doing parking lot repaving, and so we showed up on Saturday morning, and there was these huge pieces of paving equipment in the middle of the parking lot, and I was like, or actually it was our Loop B was different, and they were actually parked in the middle of our Loop B, and I was like, oh my God, they need to get those things out of there, I could see that soup would be empowering to get up that mountain for sure. Yeah, so you guys are going to be done at 9, and then it's just going to be to bed, or is there?
Yes.
Yeah.
I plan to sit on the couch and watch TV for the next 2 to 3 days.
This is probably not a scientifically proven way to get through jet lag, we think. This is maybe a one-time experiment, so we'll see how it goes this next couple of days.
And so, how often do you guys run then, typically? Do you have a weekly mileage, or did you have a training plan leading up to this?
Well, I mostly walk now.
Okay.
So I've slowed down a lot, and it's one of the things I really appreciate about these events is that usually if you do 100K or 50K, there's a cutoff.
Right.
And I had a knee injury, and so I felt like I couldn't make those cutoffs anymore.
Okay.
And so one thing I truly appreciate about these events is that it's just you and the clock.
Okay.
And you do what you can do in that time.
Yeah. I know that there was one year where there was an athlete that made the podium, and she was so emotional because there's been so many ultras that she's trained for, but she has hit the time cutoffs. So for her to get on a podium just was like almost totally overwhelming for her, and she had almost difficulty accepting that she was actually on the podium. But she lasted longer than other people. Like other runners who may have been quicker than her decided to call it a day before her, and she just kept going and going and going. And yeah, it was actually wonderful to see. So it is totally a benefit. And how about you, Lee? What do you do for mileage or training? Or
I'm mostly walking now as well. I had some hip issues 3 years ago, and I'm building my running back up very, very slowly and cautiously because I don't want to go back to where I was with my hip. So yeah, we've just done a lot of walking through the spring to be able to come walk today.
Nice.
There are a lot of hills and trails near Hanoi, so we're really fortunate that we can get out on the trails.
Oh, okay. Okay, nice. So probably lots more hiking than running. Yeah, for sure.
And the humidity and the heat are something else.
Oh, I bet.
When we left there on Thursday, the last full day that we were there a few days ago, I think it was 37, feels like 44 or 45. It was it's pretty warm. So so there's not just the distance and the hills, there's also that humidity which we have for 8 or 9 months of the year.
Oh my
there,
goodness.
So, yeah.
Oh my goodness. And so when are you guys going back?
The end of July.
Okay. Okay. Nice.
So
Nice.
now we have time to visit family.
Nice. Nice. Well, again, so glad that you guys made the trip and stopped here. Well, yeah, you weren't making the trip for here, but yeah, just so appreciative, and thank you so much, and spending some time with us and with the audience at home.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Thanks.
Bye. It's hard looking at me. Welcome back to our ongoing coverage and deep dive into Survivorfest 2025. It's been quite something out there on the course.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah, but today we're sort of pulling back the curtain a bit, shifting focus from, the miles log to the huge internal and external forces really driving these runners.
That's right. We've been digging into some really fascinating material around this event.
Exactly. Looking beyond just the physical grind, which is immense, obviously.
Oh, absolutely.
To the battles happening inside the runners' heads, and also, crucially, the support systems around them. You can't separate those things.
You really can't. The images we see from Survivorfest, they show this extraordinary physical endurance, right? Bodies pushed to what looks like the absolute limit. But everything we've looked at just makes it so clear that, legs and lungs, that's only part of the story.
Right.
You can train your body perfectly, get the nutrition down to a science, map out the best strategy.
Or can pass game.
Exactly. But if the mind isn't equally ready, equally trained, and if that external support isn't locked in, the physical side just isn't enough. It won't hold up.
So that's our mission today in this deep dive. To peel back those layers, what does it truly take to get through something like Survivorfest?
Yeah, what's the real secret sauce?
We want to pull out the key insights, focusing on, well, two sides of the same coin, really. First, the runner's mind, that internal engine, the sheer power of it.
And second?
And second, the crew, the support system, that vital external spark that keeps the engine firing.
Engine and spark, I like that.
Let's jump right in then. First stop, the mental frontier.
The mental frontier. Good way to put it. Because it really is uncharted territory for most people. It's where physical limits get blurry and the real test becomes about will.
Totally.
We keep seeing this highlighted in ultra running. You're not just covering ground. You are, and this phrase really resonates, going deep.
Going deep, yeah.
It's like you're excavating something inside yourself. Willpower, grit, forged under this immense pressure. The body is trained, yeah, it's hardened. But it's the mind that has to drag it forward when every fiber is screaming, stop.
Okay, let's unpack that because, it sounds almost like a cliche, mind over matter, but the message here is just unavoidable. Headspace is everything.
It really is.
You could have the best shoes, the perfect fuel plan, months of perfect training, but if your head's not in the game, you're already behind.
Definitely. And the concept that keeps surfacing universally, really, is the pain cave.
Ah, the pain cave. Let's talk about that. What is it, really? It's not just runner jargon, is it?
No, not at all. It's a very real, tangible state of being in these long endurance events. It's that point, often hours in, where the usual discomfort, the aches you expect from training, they morph into something else, something primal, overwhelming.
Like a switch flips.
Pretty much. Your body goes from, functioning, maybe complaining a bit, to basically staging a full-scale revolt.
Yeah.
Your muscles aren't just sore. They have this deep, penetrating ache, right down to the bone, it feels like. Nausea can just hit you out of nowhere, making the idea of eating or drinking, which you desperately need to do,
Yeah, the basics.
almost impossible. And your energy levels, they can just crash, plummet, leaving you feeling utterly empty, physically and emotionally drained.
And you look up and realize.
You still have hours to go, maybe half the race, maybe more. And the sheer size of what's left just feels crushing, insurmountable. That's the moment you step into the pain cave. That's the entry fee.
Wow. Okay. And that's the exact point, isn't it? Where the mind becomes the absolute gatekeeper.
Right.
The decider.
100%. This is where the real art, the craft of ultra running, shows itself. And this is where it gets really interesting, how the elite runners, the ones really pushing human limits, how they navigate this.
Right. It's not just about being tough.
No, it's not about denying the pain exists. It's about developing a sophisticated relationship with it.
A relationship with pain. How does that work?
Well, take Courtney Dauwalter, arguably one of the best ever. Her perspective on the pain cave is fascinating.
Right.
She doesn't talk about it like a monster to fight or a wall to smash through.
Which is how most of us would probably think about it.
Right. Instead, she talks about it with curiosity.
Right.
Real, genuine curiosity. She describes it like entering a dark tunnel.
A dark tunnel.
Yeah. And instead of resisting, she turns on her metaphorical headlamp and just steps in. She wants to explore it, see what's around the next corner, find out how deep she can actually go, how far she can push before, actual physical breakdown happens.
Curiosity, not combat. That's a huge shift in perspective.
It's massive.
Because if you're fighting something, you're burning energy, creating conflict inside yourself. But if you're curious,
You're observing, learning, adapting.
It almost turns the pain from this big scary monster into just the thing, a phenomenon to study while it's happening.
Exactly. It's like metacognition under extreme stress, thinking about your sensations instead of just being swallowed by them.
That has to unlock a different kind of resilience, right? Something that sheer brute force can't touch.
Absolutely. It takes the fear out of it, or at least reduces it. When you're curious, you're engaged with the experience, not trying to run from it. And that engagement lets you stay present, which is another huge tool we see again and again.
Staying present. Okay, like Kilian Jornet, the mountain running legend.
Perfect example. The way he approaches it. He doesn't let his mind get bogged down by the enormity of, say, a 100-mile race or crossing a whole mountain range.
Which would be terrifying.
Totally overwhelming. So his focus becomes incredibly narrow, laser sharp, just on the immediate task, the segment right in front of him.
So he tells himself,
I am just running this climb. That's it. Then when that's done, okay, now I am just running this descent. And the next bit.
Breaking it down.
Massively. It's incredibly grounding when you're facing something that feels impossible. The sheer scale of an ultra can just crush your spirit long before your body actually quits.
Your mind races ahead,
Right.
imagining the suffering to come.
Exactly. It extrapolates the current pain over the entire remaining distance and just says, nope, shutting down.
Yeah.
But by shrinking the focus, just the next step, the next mile, the next aid station, you make the impossible feel, well, possible, step by step.
You exist only in the now.
Which is the only place you're actually experiencing anything anyway. It stops the mind from catastrophizing about the future or getting stuck on the misery of the last few miles. It just keeps you moving, incrementally forward.
It's like the ultimate project management, but for suffering. Breaking down the huge goal into tiny, manageable steps with total focus on each one.
That's a great way to put it.
What about a different kind of mental strength, like just sheer stubborn commitment from the start? Sabrina Stanley comes to mind.
Ah, yes. That pre-race decision.
Right. She apparently starts races having already made this absolutely non-negotiable decision. I will finish. Unless I'm unconscious, I will crawl if I have to.
That is intense.
Wow.
But think about the power of that. It's like a psychological contract she makes with herself beforehand when her mind is clear, strong, not yet ravaged by fatigue and doubt.
A preemptive strike against the quitting voice.
Exactly, because that voice will show up guaranteed. But by basically taking the option of quitting off the table right from the start, unless it's a genuine medical emergency, of course she removes this huge internal debate that can sap so much energy later on.
So there's no, maybe I should stop.
The question becomes, how do I keep going? Not should I keep going.
Yeah.
It forces her mind to find solutions, to find a way forward, because the alternative just isn't considered. That level of commitment taps into something really deep, primal almost, that drive to finish what you started, no matter the cost.
It unlocks strength you didn't know you had.
Because you've told yourself failure isn't an option. It's asking, this is happening, so how do I make it happen?
And sometimes that drive, it comes from outside yourself too, right? Even when you're alone out there. Like Harvey Lewis visualizing his students, his supporters.
The why.
Yeah, he says, the body finds a way when the why is strong enough.
The why. That's huge. And it's so human. It goes way beyond ultra running. Really applies to any big challenge.
Absolutely.
Whether you're an elite chasing records or just an everyday runner trying to make the cutoff, connecting that massive effort, that often intense suffering to a purpose bigger than just yourself.
Yeah.
That can be the most potent fuel there is.
Like running for charity
or honoring someone,
Yeah.
inspiring your kids or your community, fulfilling a promise to your crew who've sacrificed so much. Whatever it is, that external connection becomes this incredibly powerful internal anchor.
So when your own motivation is gone.
Totally depleted. Thinking about who you're doing it for, the impact it has beyond you,
Yeah.
that can literally make you put one foot in front of the other when you thought you had absolutely nothing left. It shifts the suffering from just pointless pain to meaningful sacrifice.
Makes sense. And then there's humor. Sometimes you just have to laugh.
Oh, yeah. You almost have to, right? The sheer absurdity of it all. Paying good money to feel this terrible.
Damian Hall seems to nail this. That quote, "It's just a jog with snacks. I paid to do this."
Light chuckle. Yeah, that kind of cognitive reframing, using humor or just deliberately changing the story you tell yourself. It's such a powerful tool.
How does it help exactly?
It creates distance. Distance between your conscious self and that immediate, overwhelming feeling of pain or misery. Instead of being trapped inside the suffering, I feel awful, this is unbearable, you sort of step outside it and comment on it. Wow, look at this ridiculous situation I'm in. Isn't this nuts?
That's a perspective.
Yeah, it injects a little bit of lightness, a touch of the absurd, into that really dark place of the pain cave. It makes the heavy load feel maybe just slightly less crushing. It's a conscious choice about your perspective, even when your body feels like it have no choice but to suffer.
So putting it all together, looking at these champions, what's the toolkit? What are the key takeaways for navigating that pain cave?
Well, it seems pretty consistent. First, staying relentlessly present, mastering the now, one step, one loop, one section at a time.
That's present moment focus.
Second, having a purpose, a why, that's bigger than just the race itself. Visualizing that, drawing strengths from it, like Harvey Lewis.
Purpose beyond yourself. Got it.
Third, actively reframing the pain, changing your relationship with it, whether that's through curiosity like Walter or humor like Hall.
Reframe the suffering.
Right.
And fourth, maybe foundational, is making that unwavering pre-race commitment, taking quitting off the table, like Sabrina Stanley.
A non-negotiable finish.
Exactly. These aren't, magic powers. They're skills. Learn skills, honed through endless hours of practice, training, racing, reflecting. It's like the internal software that lets the physical hardware keep going way past its normal limits.
They're the engine. Powerful, complex, capable of amazing things.
That's the perfect word for it, the engine. But here's the kicker. The secret that comes through loud and clear. Even with the best engine, the most sophisticated mental software, the most practiced skills, the deepest commitment.
Even the best cracks sometimes.
Exactly. Even the strongest minds, the most experienced runners. Hit points of just profound vulnerability. Moments where the fatigue is too deep, the pain is too much, the emotional tank is just empty. The engine starts to sputter.
And that's where?
That's where the next absolutely critical piece comes in, because you simply cannot do this alone.
Enter the crew.
Yes, the unsung heroes, as they're rightly called. And the material we've seen is just emphatic about this. They aren't just helpful, they are essential. Pillars of the whole thing.
Absolutely. While the runner's out there fighting their own battle on the course.
The crew is behind the scenes, often working just as hard, just as long, just as sleep-deprived.
Holding the entire fragile operation together.
And their role, it's so much more than just, handing out snacks and water.
Oh, way beyond that. The work they do is incredibly intense. It demands meticulous planning, attention to detail, and just huge personal sacrifice.
The details are kind of mind-blowing, aren't they? Especially in a 24-hour race like this one.
Totally. Think about what they're doing. Performing these critical pit stops, often in the dead of night. Swapping wet socks for dry ones, that description like a pit stop at Daytona, that's pretty accurate.
Fast and focused.
Changing shoes, dealing with blisters, taping feet. Then there's the mental load. They are the runner's external brain and stomach.
Tracking everything.
Everything. Calories in, hydration levels, electrolytes, salt tabs, all that crucial stuff that a runner who's 18 hours in, maybe completely fried, has zero chance of remembering or managing correctly.
They're monitoring pace, calculating splits, figuring out arrival times, the next point.
Anticipating needs before the runner even knows they need it. Having specific gear ready right when the runner stumbles in, often totally dazed.
And let's not forget their physical tool. These crews, they're on their feet for 24 hours straight, sometimes longer.
Standing out in whatever weather Survivorfest decides to throw at them. Burning sun, freezing cold in the middle of the night, wind.
Running on fumes. Bad coffee, adrenaline, pure dedication.
Hauling gear, navigating crowded aid stations, dealing with their own exhaustion and discomfort. All of it, completely in service of their runner's goal.
It's incredible selflessness. And beyond the physical, maybe their most critical role in these long races is as mindset medics.
Mindset medics. I love that term. Because that's exactly what they are. When the runner is deep in that pain cave, when their judgment is shot, maybe they're despairing.
The crew steps in.
As the external brain, the voice of reason, the unwavering belief, the emotional rock, and the practical problem solver, all rolled into one.
We see these specific examples, right? Like a runner comes into an aid station, maybe 18, 20 hours in, totally lost perspective, can't remember how far they've gone.
Yeah, completely disoriented.
And the crew is just there, calm, grounding them, reminding them, hey, you've already covered 80 miles, look how far you've come. That simple, factual statement can pull someone back from the edge.
It really can. Or the classic scenario. Runner collapses in the chair, head in hands. I'm done. I can't. I quit.
We've all seen that moment.
A good crew doesn't argue. They don't panic. They don't get sucked into the drama. They just quietly, calmly start working.
What do?
Maybe they just silently lay out fresh gear, dry socks, a favorite shirt, creating that visual pathway forward without even saying much. Or they just focus on the next small thing, refilling a bottle, offering a specific food they know the runner likes.
Shifting the focus.
Exactly. They hold the belief for the runner when the runner's own belief is totally gone. They project this quiet confidence, provide practical next steps. It's powerful.
They're literally holding the runner together when they feel like they're falling apart, whether it's physical collapse or just breaking down emotionally from the sheer exhaustion.
The crew is there, catching them, cleaning them up, dealing with the mess, maybe offering that gentle, firm nudge back onto the course when the time is right, that unconditional, practical support in those moments of total vulnerability. It's profound.
And these aren't isolated stories. This is woven into the fabric of ultra running. Scott Jurek on the Appalachian Trail.
His wife, Jenny. He credits her as his absolute lifeline. Not just logistics and food, but pacing him, the emotional support, just being that constant presence through that insane multi-week effort.
One person providing so many layers of support.
Or Camille Herron's 24-hour world record. Her husband, Connor, wasn't just cheering. He was actively managing her pace based on real-time feedback, executing this incredibly complex nutrition plan perfectly, hour after hour, and being that emotional anchor.
It's a true partnership, not just helping, but integral to the performance itself.
Absolutely. And it's not just the superstars chasing records. This dynamic, this level of crew dedication, it's fundamental across the board in the ultra community. First-timers, veterans, everyone relies on this.
You see it so clearly right here at Survivorfest. The aid station scenes, they're incredible. Crews, like these little military operations.
Clipboards out, checklists.
Roller sticks working on quads, meticulously laid out arrays of gels, bars, candy.
It's this hive of focused, intense, selfless activity, all centered on one thing: getting their runner what they need, when they need it, efficiently, calmly.
And it extends beyond that core crew, doesn't it? Survivorfest really highlights the wider village of support.
Oh, yeah. You see the parents, partners, kids holding up handmade signs.
Friends banging cowbells at 3 a.m. when the runners are just shells of themselves.
That collective energy, it's palpable. The material calls it love in motion.
That's perfect. Love in motion.
It's the visible, audible proof of that why for so many runners. Knowing that group of people gave up their weekend, their sleep, stood out in the cold or heat just to cheer for you, to help you take one more step when you thought you couldn't.
That's got to be incredibly powerful fuel. It just pulls you along.
It absolutely does. It's the crew, the family, the friends, the whole village. They become the external manifestation of the runner's internal grit, especially when the runner's own access to that grit is failing.
So if you're listening to this, maybe thinking about these Survivorfest runners, or maybe just thinking about your own life challenges.
Big or small.
Yeah, it's worth asking, right? Who makes up your crew? Who are those people giving you that essential support, that external strength, that clear head when yours is clouded?
That's a really good question for everyone, because ultimately what this deep dive shows us is this powerful synergy. Ultra endurance isn't just about the individual, it's fundamentally this dynamic, interdependent relationship.
The runner's internal strength, the mind, the grit, the why.
It's not operating in a vacuum. It's amplified, sustained, directed, often rescued by the external power of the crew and the community.
Which brings us back to that metaphor.
The engine and the spark.
Exactly. The mind is the engine, and the crew is the spark. Let's unpack that a little.
Well, the engine, the runner's mind and body, has the raw power.
Right.
Right. The capacity built through all that training, that mental discipline, it can cover the distance. But it needs that external ignition. The spark plugs plug the crew to even get started. And once it's running, it needs constant fuel, maintenance, monitoring, adjustments, all provided by the crew.
So without the engine, the spark does nothing.
Right, there's nothing to ignite.
But without the spark and that constant support,
the most powerful engine will eventually sputter and die. It just will. That saying, it takes a village to raise a runner. It feels so tangibly true here at Survivorfest. You can literally see the village in action.
tirelessly working.
It's a shared load, shared sacrifice, shared goal. And it comes down to those simple human acts you see everywhere. Offering a gel when fingers are too cold to open it, sharing a quick joke at 3 a.m. to break the monotony.
Sometimes, yeah, just that steadying hand on the shoulder or that gentle but firm, okay, time to go, push out of the chair.
Those aren't small things. Those are the spark plugs firing, the fuel top-offs. The tiny adjustments that keep that incredibly complex human engine turning over mile after mile.
So why does this matter to those of us, maybe not running 100 miles this weekend?
Because it's such a powerful, high-stakes example of human potential under extreme stress. It shows what the body and mind can do, pushed way beyond what we think are limits.
But more than that.
More than that, it spotlights the absolutely critical, non-negotiable role of community, connection, and unwavering support in achieving anything truly difficult. It shows that it's rarely just the lone hero conquering the mountain.
It's the network.
It's the network that provides the energy, the logistics, the belief, the emotional foundation that makes the extraordinary possible. And that applies to climbing any mountain in life, not just the ones made of rock and dirt.
That's a really profound takeaway. While the individual effort is the engine, our biggest accomplishments, they're almost always fueled by that collective spark.
Well said.
Okay, so we've covered a lot. The incredible mental game needed for ultras, embracing the pain cave with curiosity and purpose, using presence and reframing.
And the absolutely vital, tireless work of the crews and the community. The unsung heroes providing that external strength, logistics, support, belief.
It paints such a complete picture, doesn't it? True endurance is this total human and community effort, right at the edge of possibility.
It really is.
Thinking about that engine and spark idea again, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Consider this. How often do we maybe overlook or just not fully appreciate the sparks in our own lives? The people who are quietly providing that support, that encouragement, that practical help, that belief. The things that keep our own engines running when we're facing our own challenges.
That's definitely something worth reflecting on.
Yeah.
Identifying those sparks, nurturing them. Maybe that's just as important as strengthening the engine itself.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to take a break now from this deep dive, but don't go far. We'll be back later with more stories and updates from Survivorfest 2025. Stay with us.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Survivorfest 2025 live broadcast. We are right here, deep in the thick of it, watching these absolutely phenomenal athletes push themselves way beyond what most of us think is humanly possible all day. And pretty soon it'll be all night, too. We've been tracking them, just seeing the pure grit involved.
It's incredible to witness, truly.
It really is. And, watching this kind of extreme effort, it brings up that huge question. How on earth are they fueling this? What are they possibly eating or drinking to keep going for so long?
And that is exactly what we're diving into for this segment because, while the training, the mental game, the gear, it's all vital, sure. But underpinning everything in an ultramarathon is fuel.
Right.
But the way these athletes fuel, well, it often goes way, way beyond the standard gels and bars and electrolyte drinks you normally think of for endurance sports. It gets into this realm that's frankly kind of bizarre, but also completely fascinating.
Totally. You see someone come into an aid station, maybe one of the front runners, and you expect them to grab some high-tech energy thing, right?
Right.
But instead, they're reaching for, I don't know, a potato chip or something even stranger.
Yeah.
And it makes you look twice because somewhere deep into an ultra, maybe say around hour 10 for a lot of people, but definitely deep into these multi-day efforts we're seeing here at Survivorfest, that precise calculated fueling plan kind of goes out the window.
It really does. It shifts. It becomes less about perfect science and more about, survival mode.
Survival mode, yeah.
Exactly. I mean, think about it. The body's under this massive prolonged stress.
Yeah.
Your digestive system, which really wants to work when you're resting, is trying desperately to pull calories in while your legs are churning, your heart's pounding, blood's going everywhere else.
So the gut's not happy?
Not at all. It's often nauseated, really protesting against all that super sweet, repetitive sports fuel. And your brain, it's tired, it's depleted, it's just screaming for energy, for any calories, and honestly, often for comfort, too. So the focus shifts, It moves from optimizing glycogen to just the basics. Get calories in, try to keep nausea down, and find literally anything that your body and your mind will actually accept at that point.
It sounds less like fueling and more like trying to negotiate a truce with your own stomach.
Huh. That's actually a pretty good way to put it. In many ways, it is a negotiation. And that negotiation leads to some seriously unexpected, often really non-traditional food choices. Even among the very best, the elite runners, you see mid-race diets that would make a, let's say, traditional sports nutritionist just raise their eyebrows.
Okay, so that's our mission then. As we continue our live coverage from Survivorfest, we're going to unpack the specific, sometimes kind of shocking things these runners are eating and drinking mid-race and figure out the why behind it all. Why does this seemingly weird approach actually work for them?
Exactly. Let's try and understand the peculiar logic, the wisdom and the weirdness, you could say.
Okay, let's do it. First, to really get the fuel part, you have to understand the sheer scale of the energy burn, right?
Yeah.
It's just astronomical. We're not talking about running a marathon, which is maybe, 2,600 calories for an average person?
Right, something like that.
An ultra can be 50 miles, 100, 200 miles. Or, like here at Survivorfest, multi-day events. A single 100-miler. It's common to burn 8,000, 10,000, maybe even 12,000 calories or more.
And for the athletes doing these multi-day races, those numbers just keep stacking up day after day. It's an energy deficit that's almost impossible to fully replace during the event itself.
Wow.
Think about that, trying to eat and digest maybe 5 or 6 times your normal daily calories, all while your body is maxed out, just trying to keep moving. Your digestive system just isn't built for that kind of load under that kind of stress. It's like trying to refuel a race car while it's doing laps at full speed.
Yeah. Okay, that puts it in perspective.
Yeah.
And when your body is running that kind of massive deficit under all that stress, it starts sending out some pretty desperate signals, right? That's where the cravings kick in.
That's exactly it. It moves beyond your pre-race plan, beyond the logical choices. These primal needs start bubbling up as really intense cravings, often for specific things. Salty, sweet, and sometimes, surprisingly, fatty or even greasy foods.
Greasy, like fried stuff.
Sometimes, yeah. It's the body trying to signal what it thinks it needs most urgently, like quick calories, key electrolytes, maybe dense energy sources. It's less about optimal health or peak efficiency at this point and more about sheer survival. It's finding simple comfort, raw calories, just something to quiet those alarm bells.
So the planned nutrition takes a backseat to just instinct.
Pretty much. That pivot from science to cravings is a real hallmark of ultra nutrition deep in a race. And that desperation, that survival mode, is exactly why you see athletes, even the absolute best, reaching for things you just never expect.
Okay. So what's interesting you mentioned is how these cravings often line up with actual physiological needs, right? Like
Yeah.
salt and fat becoming super important later on.
Yes, absolutely. That's what's so fascinating. It's not just random. Salt and fat become incredibly critical.
Let's break that down. We know carbs are the main energy source, usually. So why salt and fat in an ultra?
Well, the salt piece is non-negotiable, really. You are losing massive amounts of sodium through sweat. I mean, buckets of it over hours or days. Sodium is vital for nerve function, muscle contractions, fluid balance, everything.
Okay.
If you lose too much and don't replace it, you risk hyponatremia. That's critically low blood sodium. And it's dangerous. We're talking confusion, nausea, cramps, headaches, even seizures or coma in bad cases.
Whoa. Okay, so that's serious.
Very serious. So when your body screams for salt, it's not just being picky. It's a physiological alarm bell trying to prevent a major system failure. You might feel dizzy, totally out of it, get horrible cramps. That's your body yelling for sodium.
So that sudden urge for like potato chips or pretzels isn't just a snack attack, it's a biological imperative.
You got it. It's primitive, it's protective. Now, fat is the other big one, especially as the race goes on and on. Carbs are great for high intensity, but after hours and hours, when your glycogen stores are running low, your body has to rely more on burning fat for energy.
Right, because fat's more energy dense.
Exactly. 9 calories per gram versus 4 for carbs or protein. So you get more bang for your buck, energetically speaking. It provides a substantial, long-lasting fuel source, especially at those lower sustainable ultra paces where fat metabolism is more efficient. And kind of paradoxically, sometimes fatty foods can actually sit better in a stressed out, nauseous stomach than just more and more simple sugar from gels.
Interesting. More calories per bite, maybe less gut roll. Okay, this makes sense. And this leads us right into some of those legendary examples, doesn't it? Let's start with Camille Herron, world record holder, 24-hour run, over 167 miles. Just incredible. And her fueling is, well, memorable.
Yes. Camille Herron's mid-race Taco Bell run, it's become legendary in the ultra world. During one of her record-breaking 24-hour efforts, hours and hours in, pushing harder than anyone, she didn't grab some fancy ultra fuel. She ate a bean burrito.
A whole bean burrito.
Right.
While basically running in circles for a day. That texture alone. Wow.
It's hard to picture, right? And she didn't stop there. She's also known to drink a beer mid-race.
Okay, beer now too. Everything I thought I knew about sports nutrition is just gone. What's the logic there? Is there a logic?
Well, Camille herself has said the beer helps settle her stomach. Maybe it's the carbonation, maybe something else. It's very individual, obviously. And the Taco Bell. Beyond the carbs, salt, some fat, her main reason is just it hits the spot.
Hits the spot, the ultimate scientific metric at hour 20.
Pretty much. It satisfies that deep craving for something substantial, something savory, something real when maybe nothing else sounds good. And the fact that a world record holder uses this method just shows you what works functionally for that person in that moment trumps any theoretical ideal. It's about getting it down and keeping it down.
That's fascinating. And it's not just her. Jim Walmsley, probably the dominant American male ultra runner for years, especially famous for crushing Western states in the heat.
Yeah.
He has his own unique strategy too, right?
Yep. Jim's well known for relying on pickles and soda during Western states. In that brutal heat, managing hydration and electrolytes is just everything. He found that crushing pickles and, drinking the pickle juice too gave him that crucial sodium hit.
So not just eating the pickle, but actively going for the brine.
Absolutely. That brine is like a concentrated shot of sodium, perfect for replacing what he's losing sweating buckets in those canyons. And he pairs it with soda, like ginger ale or Coke.
Okay, why the soda?
Quick sugar boost, obviously. But also, sometimes the carbonation or maybe the ginger can help settle an upset stomach. His whole thing is that this combo, the salty pickle, the sugary soda, acts like a reset for his gut when the normal sweet stuff, the gels and chews, just become too much or start causing nausea.
Oh, okay. So it combats the sweetness fatigue, delivers salt, gives quick energy, and maybe calms the stomach. It's like his own custom-made fix on the fly.
Precisely. It's finding what works for his system under those specific extreme conditions. It just highlights how incredibly individual and experimental ultra fueling really has to be. What saves one runner might wreck another.
Totally. And then there's the legend Karl Meltzer, the speed goat. Most 100-mile wins ever, like 40 wins. Just insane. He's known for being super direct, no nonsense. Does his fueling match that?
Oh, completely. Karl Meltzer's go-to, bacon. He literally fries up bacon, packs it in plastic baggies, and eats it between aid stations.
Just strips of bacon.
In a baggie.
Yep. His explanation is pure, Carl, wonderfully simple. You need salt and fat, and bacon's got both. Plus, it tastes awesome. Chuckles. Plus, it tastes awesome. Can't argue with the logic. Or the 40 wins, I guess.
You really can't. Bacon is super calorie dense from the fat, packed with sodium. It hits those key needs perfectly. Dense energy, electrolyte replacement. For him, it's portable, easy, and crucially, it's something he actually likes eating deep into a race. That psychological boost of eating something enjoyable when you're suffering shouldn't be underestimated.
No kidding. Simple, direct, effective. It really shows these aren't just random snacks. They're serving specific purposes: salt, fat, gut management, even morale.
Exactly. These savory strategies are often very targeted, even if they look unconventional.
Okay, so that covers the savory side: burritos, pickles, bacon. But ultras aren't all salt and fat. There's still a massive need for sugar, but maybe not always from gels.
Absolutely. You definitely hit a point in almost any long ultra where the mere thought of another one of those sweet, sticky, goopy gels is just repellent. It's called palate fatigue or sensory fatigue. Your mouth, your brain, they just reject it.
Yeah, I can imagine that. So if gels are out, but you still need sugar, where do runners turn?
They pivot hard towards real desserts and candy. Stuff you find in the candy aisle, not the sports nutrition section.
Like actual candy bars and stuff. Why?
Yeah.
Is it just about wanting something different?
Taste is huge, yeah. Acceptability is key when you feel like you might throw up. But there's more. Obviously, the sugar from candy or a Little Debbie provides that fast energy you still desperately need. But the other big factor is the psychological kick.
The dopamine hit.
Exactly. Eating something genuinely tasty, something you associate with pleasure, it triggers that dopamine release. And when you are deep in the pain cave, feeling miserable, that little burst of happiness or reward can be incredibly powerful. It breaks the monotony, lifts your spirits, and can actually give you a perceived energy boost. It's fueling the mind just as much as the muscles.
That makes total sense. A tiny bit of joy and a whole lot of suffering. This makes me think of Courtney Dowalter. She just dominates these races, often looking like she's having fun, which is insane. And she's pretty open about her weird fuel choices.
Oh, yeah. Courtney's famous for her mid-race trifecta she mentioned, using in some tough races. Swedish fish, candy bars, and mashed potatoes.
Swedish fishing candy bars. That's a sugar bomb. And then mashed potatoes. That combination is something else.
It is, but it perfectly sums up her philosophy, which is basically eat whatever's easy to chew and makes me happy. The Swedish fish and candy bars deliver that quick sugar and the mental boost. They taste good, easy to get down. The mashed potatoes, easy to digest carbs, usually salty, very gentle on the stomach when other things might cause issues. For Courtney, who just pushes the limits so incredibly far, her success really shows the power of listening to your body and focusing on simple things. Can I swallow this? Does it make me feel even slightly less terrible?
Easy to chew and makes me happy. That might just be the ultimate ultra-fueling mantra deep in a race. And you see this taken to the absolute extreme in races like the Barkley Marathons, right? That notoriously impossible race in Tennessee.
Oh, Barkley, yeah. The ultimate test. 5 brutal loops, crazy elevation, impossible navigation, tight cutoffs. Runners are barely stopping. Fueling is whatever you can grab and stuff in your face while stumbling through the woods.
So what are they stuffing in their faces?
Things like Little Debbie oatmeal cream pies, Pop-Tarts, Hostess cupcakes, stuff you'd pack in a kid's lunchbox.
Seriously, Pop-Tarts and oatmeal cream pies while fighting Barkley? That feels almost comical. Battling the bad thing, getting torn up by briars, and you're fueled by breakfast pastries.
It's the perfect illustration, isn't it? Even in the most brutal, raw, stripped-down test of endurance imaginable, when your body is completely broken, that simple sugar hit from a Pop-Tart, or the sheer comfort factor of an oatmeal cream pie, is what the body and brain crave. It's quick energy, sure, but it's also that psychological lift. A tiny piece of normalcy or pleasure in this world of relentless suffering. They're not optimal foods in a lab setting, but in the extreme context of Barkley, they provide necessary calories and a mental lifeline when maybe nothing else sounds remotely edible.
So the sweets aren't just empty calories out there. They're fast fuel, yes.
Yes.
But also like critical psychological anchors, which ties into that whole idea of comfort and familiarity, doesn't it? Beyond just sweets.
Absolutely. That's a huge piece of it, especially as ultras drag on into the night or across multiple days. A really profound craving often develops for warm, savory, substantial food that feels like a real meal, you know? Something that reminds you of home, maybe, or just not being miserable on a cold, dark trail.
Why is that? Is warm food physically better?
For a lot of people, yeah, warm food can definitely be gentler on a stressed, nauseated stomach than cold, processed stuff. The texture's usually softer, the warmth itself can be soothing, but maybe even bigger is the psychological comfort.
The mental side again.
Huge. Eating something familiar, something that tastes and smells like real food, it can be incredibly grounding. It's like a little reminder that you exist outside this bubble of pain. Your brain recognizes it, your stomach trusts it in a way it might not trust another weird gel.
And that's why aid stations in the later stages of ultras start looking less like a science lab and more like a late-night diner.
Exactly. You'll see aid stations serving up things like warm pierogies, grilled cheese sandwiches, cups of instant ramen noodles, quesadillas. These aren't just random treats, they're strategic. They offer calories, carbs, often much-needed salt, in a form that's way more appealing and digestible after 20 hours than another energy bar. That warm, salty ramen broth, it can feel like heaven when your stomach hates sweetness and your body is just depleted.
I can totally picture that. Staggering into an aid station at 3 a.m., freezing, feeling sick, and the smell of hot ramen is the best thing ever.
It can literally turn a race around for someone. Now, think about Scott Jurek during his Appalachian Trail FKT attempt. That's 2,189 miles over 46 days.
All right, that's a whole different scale of fueling challenge. You can't just live on Pop-Tarts and ramen for 6 weeks while running over a marathon every single day.
No way. The strategy has to be sustainable, varied, and consistently digestible for the long haul. Scott's famously vegan, and his fuel included things like miso soup, lots of nut butters, avocado rice burritos, other whole food options.
Miso soup and avocado burritos as primary fuel for running across states. Again, not your typical runner's diet.
No, but it perfectly reflects his philosophy, which he wrote about the absolute importance of eating food that your brain and your stomach trust. For an effort that long, you need stuff your gut can handle day after day without rebelling. And just as importantly, your brain has to be willing to accept it, even look forward to it, day after day. If you start dreading your food on day 30, you're in deep trouble. Scott's choices were about finding calorie-dense, nutrient-rich vegan foods that worked for him, providing sustained energy while being palatable and digestible for weeks. It just hammers home how the mental acceptance, trusting the food, wanting to eat it, is totally intertwined with the physical need.
That phrase, brain and stomach trust, that really sticks.
Yeah.
It perfectly explains why someone might reach for something seemingly suboptimal if it's what their body and mind are actually okay with in that moment. Okay, wow. As we're watching these athletes push on here at Survivorfest, we have to acknowledge some of the other, maybe even more legendary or infamous examples that float around in ultra lore, the real Ultra Fuel Hall of Fame contenders.
This is where you see peak creativity born from desperation, right? We've heard credible stories of runners fueling on cold pizza slices they packed in drop bags.
Cold pizza, I mean, it's universal comfort food, right? Adapted for extreme endurance. Got carbs, fat, salt. Checks a lot of boxes, actually.
And it's easy enough to eat cold. Then you get the more adventurous combos like French fries dipped in maple syrup.
French fries dipped in maple syrup. Okay, that's hitting sweet, salty, and greasy all in one go. That's like maximum craving satisfaction.
But it's definitely covering all the bases. Another one that's surprisingly practical and actually pretty popular is instant mashed potatoes made right in a Ziploc bag. Just add hot water or broth from an aid station.
You know, that actually sounds pretty good if you're cold and wasted. Warm, soft, savory, easy calories. Comfort fuel.
Totally, it works. And baby food pouches have also become a thing, especially for runners with really sensitive stomachs.
Baby food, like actual pureed peas and carrots.
Pretty much. Simple ingredients, super easy texture, pre-portioned, doesn't take up much space. They're essentially just nutrient-dense, easy-to-digest goo, which, when your stomach is staging a full-on revolt, can be incredibly effective.
Okay, I could see the logic there. Practical. Pizza, classic comfort. Fries and syrup, weird but hits the cravings. Mashed potatoes, clever. Baby food, smart for sensitive guts. And then, here's the one that always gets a reaction. The truly notorious one.
And the legendary. Spam tortillas.
Pause spam. Tortillas, you're kidding. In the middle of an ultramarathon.
Not kidding. Slices of spam, sometimes fried up beforehand, wrapped in a tortilla, packed away and eaten deep, deep into a raid.
Okay, just let's process the culinary image here. Spam, the canned mystery meat, wrapped in a tortilla, consumed while running 100 miles.
Yeah.
Wow.
It definitely pushes the boundaries of sports nutrition, doesn't it? But think about it purely functionally. In that extreme ultra context, Spam is incredibly calorie dense. High in fat, very high in sodium. It's portable, and it's big if your stomach can handle it. It ticks almost all those survival fuel boxes. Dense calories, salt, fat, in a format you can maybe chew and swallow. It's like the ultimate, maybe slightly terrifying example of that wisdom in the weird.
It really shows the lengths runners will go to and the sometimes baffling things they'll try just to find something, anything, that keeps them moving forward when their body is screaming stop. Okay, so let's tie all this together. These bizarre choices. Camille's burrito and beer, Carl's bacon, Jim's pickles and soda, Courtney's candy mix, the Barkley Pop-Tarts, the ramen, Scott's Trust Foods, even the Spam tortillas. They aren't just random quirks. They're part of this adaptive, often reactive, fueling survival system that kicks in when you push the body to its absolute breaking point.
Exactly right. They're functional responses to extreme physiological needs and often extreme gut distress. We've seen how they hit those key requirements. Salt, crucial for sweat replacement, avoiding hyponatremia. Fat, for that dense, long-burning energy when carbs run low. Sugar, for the quick hit and that vital mental lift when you can't stomach another gel. And those comfort foods, for settling the stomach, grounding you psychologically, and just making anything palatable when nausea is threatening to end your race.
It's really a testament to the body's incredible adaptability and maybe the runner's intuition or just sheer willingness to experiment under pressure. There really is some kind of wisdom in the weirdness when it comes to ultra nutrition. What looks totally wrong on paper, like eating cold pizza or a Hostess cupcake, might be the only thing that works, the thing that provides the physical and mental push needed to get through those last brutal miles.
Absolutely. In this world, things like Pop-Tarts, candy corn, potato chips, maybe even a fast food burger snatched mid-race, they aren't just junk food. For some runners, at the right moment, they are genuinely functional fuel. They prevent the bonk, they settle a rebellious gut, they lift a spirit that's hitting rock bottom, and they actually carry people to finish lines, sometimes even to podiums and world records. It's a powerful reminder that optimal nutrition in extreme endurance is often less about sticking to a rigid spreadsheet and more about discovering what works for your unique body when it's under unimaginable stress.
What a truly fascinating and, yes, sometimes slightly stomach-churning look into the very peculiar palette of ultra runners. As you continue to watch these amazing athletes out here on the course at Survivorfest 2025, just remember the incredible and sometimes incredibly strange things they might be consuming behind the scenes just to keep putting one foot in front of the other.
It really makes you pause and think, doesn't it? What does this amazing adaptability tell us about human physiology? How the body can somehow utilize these completely unexpected things for fuel and survival when pushed right to the very edge.
Yeah, and maybe even more, what does it say about the huge mental component of this sport? Where eating a familiar comfort food or just a piece of candy becomes a critical psychological tool, a moment of genuine pleasure that helps you endure the sheer grind. How do our regular ideas about proper nutrition really hold up when faced with the absolute limits of endurance, where sometimes the best fuel really is just whatever your brain and your stomach can agree to trust? Definitely something to think about maybe next time you're considering what fuels your own efforts, however long they might be. All right, we were going to take a break here at the Survivorfest 2025 live broadcast, but please stay with us. We'll be back a bit later with more compelling stories and updates from right here on the course.
my hubby bought it for you.
No, thank you. Can I get some Coke, please?
That's Diet Coke. That's a bottle. I'll grab another Coke. There are. This is all set for. That's all we have.
Good job, Michelle! Oh my God, where did you come from?
Gluten-free! Gluten-free treats! Gluten-free treats! Rice pudding! Rice pudding! In honor of Adam French! Rice pudding!
I would go great in a blizzard.
Only because we know someone here loves rice pudding! Rice pudding! Rice pudding! Oh yeah! Rice Here they come! Rice pudding! Rice pudding! Rice pudding! Rice pudding! Bailey wants some rice pudding! Okay! Want some rice pudding? Okay. Wait. Rice pudding!
Welcome back to the deep dive. We've got this fantastic collection of profiles from the Survivorfest athletes this year, really giving us a look inside. What makes this event so special?
Absolutely. And today our goal is to really dig into these, go beyond just the surface details.
Right. We want to understand what drives these people, the challenges they've overcome, the sheer determination it takes to even get to that start line.
Exactly. Think of it as our way of exploring the kind of the human side of ultra endurance, but specifically through the lens of Survivorfest. We're using the insights these athletes share directly.
The info they provided us.
And we're going to weave them together, try to pull out the key themes, the common threads in their journeys.
It's honestly one of my favorite parts of covering an event like this. You get past the stats, the distances, and you start to understand who these runners are and, crucially, why they do it. And speaking of who's out there, just yesterday, we saw the future, didn't we? The kids' race.
Oh, that was fantastic. Nearly 70 kids, I think.
Yeah, around that number. And the conditions were, well, they weren't exactly ideal, were they?
Ideal. We had rain, pretty heavy at times, some lightning in the distance.
And even some hail, I heard.
Yeah, bit of hail mixed in. Tough conditions for anyone, let alone kids just starting out.
It was pretty wild, but these kids, honestly, they were amazing. They just nailed it.
It really did. Such determination, running their hearts out. It was genuinely inspiring to watch that kind of spirit.
It really was. And actually, one of the profiles we have here is from a young runner who was right there in the thick of it yesterday.
Right. That's Hope Silverthorne. She's 12 years old.
12. And yesterday was her very first race.
Her first race ever. And she was out there in that weather, pushing through. The courage that takes, stepping up for the first time, especially when, Mother Nature isn't playing nice. It's huge.
It absolutely is. We'll definitely come back to Hope's story later on. It really captures that community feel of Survivorfest, how welcoming it is.
For sure. But we've got so many incredible journeys to talk about today. Athletes pushing unbelievable physical boundaries, of course.
Yeah, the endurance aspect is mind-blowing.
But also people navigating really profound life challenges, proving age is just a number, finding this passion kind of unexpectedly, or running for reasons much bigger than themselves.
And the information we have comes straight from them, their own words about their motivations and experiences.
Exactly. So we're here to basically give you, the listener, that inside look, that shortcut straight into the heart of what makes these Survivorfest athletes tick.
Okay, where should we start? Maybe with those stories of incredible resilience, the comebacks.
Sounds perfect. Let's dive into those athletes whose journeys are really defined by overcoming huge obstacles or just showing that endurance, that capacity can actually grow stronger with age and experience. The comeback kids and the masters of resilience, you could call them.
Love it. Okay, first up in this group is Mo Bewley. He's in the 24-hour loop event. And Mo's running story, well, it goes way, way back.
It really does. He started running seriously in 1981, his first ultra. That was a 50-miler back in 1986 in Kelowna.
And get this, he ran it in 7 hours, 33 minutes. He mentioned that's actually still his PB for the 50-mile distance.
I think about that time frame, 1986. That was a totally different world for ultra running.
Oh, completely. No online registration.
Right. You mailed in your entry. Results came in the newspaper or like weeks later in the mail. It was much more niche, maybe even more rugged than it is today in some ways.
He was truly there at the beginning of organized ultras in Western Canada, wasn't he? Tackling 50 and 100 milers when they were still measured in miles, and each race had its own unique, tough character.
And his record since then is just, well, it's staggering. Survivorfest 2025 marks his 154th ultramarathon.
154, over 44 years of running.
That level of consistency, that longevity, it's incredibly rare in any sport, let alone one as demanding as ultra running.
And he's not just showing up, is he? He's still got goals.
Absolutely. His pace might be different now, sure, but his motivation, still sky high. He's here at Survivorfest, specifically aiming to set a new Canadian record in the 80-year-old age category.
Wow, at 80.
Yep. And he speaks really highly of this event, Survivorfest, appreciates the professionalism, the way it's run, and also just the spirit of the Alberta running community. He feels a real connection there.
But Mo's story goes so much deeper than just the running stats, the health battles he's faced. They're just incredible.
They really are profound. 15 years ago, he was diagnosed with throat cancer.
And the prognosis wasn't good, was it?
No, he said it was basically 50-50, a coin toss for survival. But he fought it, and he beat it.
Which is a blessing in itself.
Then, less than 5 years ago, another diagnosis. Diffuse large B-cell non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Just devastating. And this one was particularly aggressive, right? It hit his liver hard.
Yeah, it severely affected his liver, apparently reduced it to about half its normal size, which is terrifying.
But the liver, it has this unique ability, doesn't it? It can regenerate.
It does. It's quite remarkable biologically. And Mo somehow, once again, defied the odds. He's managing the long-term side effects now from chemo and radiation.
Which can be significant on their own.
Absolutely. But his perspective on all this, it's just striking. He absolutely refuses that poor me attitude.
Zero self-pity.
None. His focus is just constantly on gratitude, being grateful just to be here. And he's very quick to point out that, others face challenges far greater than his. His words were simple but powerful. I'm just lucky to be here.
And you can see how that mindset must translate directly into racing, especially a 24-hour event.
Totally. He just doesn't let doubt or negative thoughts take hold. For Mo, the real success isn't always about the pace or hitting a certain distance every single time. It's about showing up. It's about giving your best on that day.
He said failure is not in doing poorly. It's in not showing up at all.
Exactly. And his mantra, the phrase that clearly got him through the cancers and countless tough moments in races, just never, ever give up.
Simple, but incredibly powerful coming from him.
So his goals here at Survivorfest reflect that philosophy. Finish strong, represent the 80-plus category proudly, and just be an inspiration by being out there doing it.
He mentioned he's proud of every finish line, which makes sense. But he did call out one early memory.
Ah, yeah, the walkathon.
The 1963 high school 50-mile walkathon, finished under 10 hours on paved roads. His first real taste of endurance.
Amazing. And of course, the sheer cumulative achievement. Finishing 146 ultras out of 154 starts over 44 years.
That's a 95% completion rate. Unbelievable.
Who inspires him? He mentioned his trail buddies, the running community in general, his 3 grown kids.
Who must be incredibly proud.
No doubt. And really, anyone who just gets out there and gives their best, whatever their level.
And he firmly believes running helped him survive cancer. Twice.
He does. He credits that determination, that positive attitude, fostered through years of endurance running alongside the medical treatments, of course. He feels they were fundamental.
And that connection to nature, starting way back when he was 12, hunting. That seems to be a grounding force, too.
Seems like it. And through it all, he just maintains this incredible humility, this gratitude. He put it so simply, I was born lucky, and I still feel lucky every day.
What a perspective, just an extraordinary man. Okay, let's shift to another athlete whose story involves a really profound comeback, a brush with mortality. Dave Walter. He's running the 24-hour Loop B.
Right. Dave's story is different from Mo's in terms of timeline. He started running much later in life, came to it off the couch, as he says, just 13 years ago, age 52.
That classic progression, right? Walking, then run, walk.
Exactly. Built up gradually. His first big race was the Calgary Scotiabank Marathon in 2017, also at 52. Ran it with his daughter.
And he was hooked.
Instantly hooked on the marathon distance, yeah. And from there, it wasn't a huge leap to ultras.
He ran his first ultra, River's Edge, in 2021. Said he was encouraged by Krista Ivers.
That's right. And he had a great quote about it, didn't he? Something like,
once you get onto the ultramarathon road, it becomes very difficult to get off.
Perfect description. So for Dave, Survivorfest is a new kind of challenge, this timed format versus a set distance. He was inspired, again, by Krista Ivers, who's had great experiences here.
Okay, now Dave's story takes this incredibly dramatic turn. This really underscores that connection between running and resilience for him.
Yeah, this is intense. Less than 3 years ago, September 2022, he was running a team event at the Grizzly Ultra.
And he collapsed on the course.
Collapsed. Suffered what's called a widowmaker heart attack. Went into full cardiac arrest.
Right there on the trail. Life-threatening.
Absolutely, in a remote spot.
Yeah.
But, crucially, fellow runners saw him go down, immediately started CPR.
Amazing. Strangers helping strangers.
Exactly. That, plus the emergency care that followed, saved his life.
It's a powerful testament to that ultra community spirit, isn't it? People looking out for each other.
What's just astonishing, though, is his recovery.
Right. He was back running just 6 weeks later. 6 weeks after a massive heart attack and cardiac arrest.
It resolved there. Incredible.
Yeah.
He said he was determined right away. That event wasn't going to define him, wasn't going to stop his running.
And his comeback hasn't just been about getting back out there. It's been about achieving huge goals.
Huge goals.
Yeah.
Just 6 months after the heart attack, he ran the Boston Marathon.
Boston, which people train years for.
Exactly. Then, 1 year after the incident at Grizzly, he went back to the same race, the same course, and completed it. Talk about symbolic.
Like absolutely reclaiming that space.
Yeah.
And he called 2023 his great recovery year.
Yeah, he really embraced it. Did his first backyard ultra, tackled some tough mountain ultras, finished the 100-kilometer river's edge.
And then the Grand Canyon R2R2R.
Right, rim to rim to rim, solo. In October 2024, almost exactly 2 years post-heart attack.
That's a monster challenge for any runner.
Monument.